Hello. Welcome to Corey's show, the 49 Hangout Show, Lockdown Data's Talk. We're about to get started. Today, I decided to come live and do a live show and talk about the 49ers, the best team out there in the NFL. Anybody want to fight with me? Come on. We can do it. Want to fight? Come on, Raiders. Come on. Nah, not just joking. So I'm about to bring my panel in. They sitting in the backstage right now. Yesterday I was at Kaiser. I just want to tell the story before I bring them on. Well, I'll bring them on first to tell the story so they can hear it. Coming in, my brother. He lives in San Francisco. Daily Silly. His name is John J.
What's up? Welcome back, Corey.
No, I'm gonna start this. Don't start, please. Oh Lord, oh God! Please come back.
Welcome back to YouTube, Corey. Long time no see.
Yep, and my computer's messing up right now. It's loading in, so I can't even
No
see
worries.
you. And I got no border sports in the background. Can't see him. Let's bring him in. Come on. No border sports. If you can hear me, my computer right now is loaded. I can't see you to bring you in yet. I'm trying. I might have to cut it off and re. Damn it. I'm going to John Jay. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
John Jay?
Yeah, I can hear
I'm
you.
going to turn my computer off, reboot it again.
Okay.
Oh, it's right. I'm going to reboot my computer again because it's doing something crazy. Anybody? Nobody hear me? I hope you can hear me. I'm going to turn off my computer and reboot and come back in again.
Okay.
So you might have to hit the link again to come in. I hate this. Why wait now to do this? Why it couldn't do it earlier? Why wait till I go live and do this shit?
Um, looks like it's just me. So hopefully Corey comes back. I'm gonna hold down the show for a little bit. Um, so right now, I am just gonna um. So let's talk about Sam Darnold. Uh, he's in the news again, which I did not know. Let me look up the Sam Darnold news. All right. Oh, so apparently Dan Orlovsky, let's see what he said, believes Darnold can lead 49ers back to the NFC Championship game. Okay. All right. Let's see what Dan Orlovsky said. Um Sam Darnold is absolutely capable of taking his team back to the NFC Championship game, Orlovsky said on Monday during Get Up on ESPN. I'm so excited to watch him. If he's the guy in San Francisco with Brock Purdy a little bit banged up, finally a place that he has the coaching, the offensive talent, the complete team, uh, one of the best talents that we've seen out of college. Okay. So I did not know Sam Darnold is going to win the Super Bowl or win the NFC Championship game. So that's something interesting that I did not know. I will say this. Dan Orlovsky, wasn't he the guy who ran out of bounds in the end zone? So I don't know what you guys think about that. Don't know what you guys could think about that. Um, Also, for those who follow my channel, you can leave some questions in the comments. I can read them as well on StreamYard. So if you guys want to tell me anything, uh, hopefully Corey comes back soon. This is his show. This is his show. I feel very uncomfortable running his show. So that's Sam Darnold. And of course, our good friend Ian Rappaport is walking back his Sam Darnold will start week one comments. This is how I look at it. So let me address first Dan Orlovsky. ESPN must be paying you a lot of money to say a lot of things that are not smart. And you're just racking up those checks to say things that are not smart. So yeah. And now let's talk about Ian Rappaport. Our favorite 49ers clickbaiter, who enjoys saying things that are not true. Apparently, Ian Rappaport is having to walk back his Sam Darnold will start week one comments. So apparently, he's like, oops, I made a mistake. So, Ian Rappaport, is enjoying collecting his checks of saying things that were never true. So, yeah. Yep. Let me say what's up in the chat. Bebop Jones said, let's go, Corey. Shout out Bebop Jones. Pennsylvania's finest out in the great state of Pennsylvania. Fun fact from Bebop Jones that I learned today. He says that he is 1 hour drive from New York and 1 hour drive from Philadelphia. Fun fact for Mr. Bebop Jones. I see Steve-O is in the comments. He has a fist bump. He has a fist bump. Steve also said, not sure what he meant. ID fight, but I'm not a content creator. Brian Cope is also in the building, reminding everyone to hit that like button. Remind to hit that like button. Corey had to restart his computer. Not his fault. You know, it happens. Sometimes your computer needs to be, uh, you know, those new programs. So hopefully he comes back soon. I'm not sure if anyone is in the backstage. I know No Borders is backstage. And also, happy birthday to Mr. Trey Lance. Mr. Trey Lance, happy birthday. Hopefully he wish on his birthday that he will start week 1 and have a good first year as a Niner. So hopefully he's having a fun birthday with all his loved ones and all the people around him. All right. Brian Culp also said share, subscribe, and comment. So if you're in the chat, feel free to drop something so I can hold on to this show because I'm starting to run out of ideas. I don't want to talk about Jake Moody again, you know, because that's what I talked about my show. Brian Culp also says, welcome back. He's saying that's his main man, Corey. All right. Steve-O says, sing a song. I am not a singer. I don't have any good pitch. And of course, I have to shout out the people in chat who, for some reason, like the Lakers. Mr. David Corona, who we all know is a Warriors fan, who loves the Warriors all the time. But for whatever the reason, he's rooting against his team. So wanted to say that to Mr. David Corona. Yep. All right. Let's see what else is there in 49ers. Also, I did not know the great George Kittle got Trey Lance a cake. That's a good teammate right there. That's a good friend right there. Anyone who buys you a gift, buys you a cake for your birthday, those are really good people. That is good people. Good people. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, here's the article that talked about why Rappaport wants to discount or detract the Trey Lance comment. Let me take a look at it, read it, and then give you my thoughts about it. All right. Ian Rappaport filled in this week for Pat McAfee on the Pat McAfee show. All right. Shared an interesting San Francisco news. when talking about what he said about March, that he said the NFL media insider, which is Ian Rappaport, stated that he believes that the veteran free agent acquisition of Sam Darnold will more likely than not be the starting quarterback heading into week 1 of 2023. Rappaport received some pushback on that statement from the 49ers organization. This is what he said on the Pat McAfee show. I got a lot of pushback from people there inside the 49ers building who were like, why would you discount Trey Lance? Rappaport said on Pat McAfee, am I like, I got it, but Trey is not. Trey is not. We have not seen whatever Trey Lance is going to be. Trey Lance is going to be. We have not seen. All right. I don't know what that means. That's a lot of words that don't make any sense. So basically, he's being, like a reporter or whatever whatever he is, uh, and just making up random things. So he's basically saying, oh, if the 49ers didn't, call me and tell me, to stop making stuff up, he says, okay, I'm going to change my mind. So I don't know if he's changing his mind because the 49ers organization, is making them do that, or he actually believes that. So for whatever the reason, he said it. Now he wants to change his mind. So my personal view on this is that don't take Ian Rappaport or any insiders like word, like any word that they say very serious. Because this is going to be a little harsh for anyone who may not like this. They got to get paid to write something and say something. All right. Let's see what else was in the news today for the 49ers. Let's see. All right. Okay. Okay, so this is an old story. Dolphins signed tight end Tyler Croft. So the tight end who was the reason why Trey Lance got hurt is a Miami Dolphin. All right, that's not a big story. All right, I already talked about Dan Orlovsky saying that Sam Darnold can lead the Niners back to the NFC Championship game. All right. Looks like some 49ers brought in some players. Let me read this one. This seems interesting. All right. 49ers invited second QB to rookie minicamp. All right. Steve Montez won't be the only quarterback. So let me read this. Steve Montez won't be the only quarterback with throwing the football during the 49ers two-a-day minicamp, which starts Friday. According to Matt Barrios of The Atlantic, the team also invited Clayton Thornson, a former fourth-round pick by the Philadelphia Eagles who recently played for Houston in the USFL. All right. Yep. All right. All right. I just want to get a big shout out to my Warriors brother, David Corona. For whatever the reason, he betrayed his team and is rooting for the Lakers for some reason. Maybe David Corona is a secret LeBron James fan. That's why. I don't know. I'm just having some fun. Hopefully Corey comes back soon. All right. All right. Um. Well. I think that's all I have at the moment. All right. So talk about Jake Booty. All right, let's talk about some Jake Booty because I have nothing else to talk about. So I don't really do this, but because Corey's not here and I don't have a lot to talk about. Earlier today, I had a show on my channel. There's the logo right there, 49ers Ultimate Report. I talked about Jake Booty today, and I went through his draft profile, his time in high school, uh, the meetings that he met with teams that eventually led him to uh, choose what's the word I'm looking for? The commitment to Michigan. And I will say this about Jake Moody, and this is the only way I can justify myself for the 49ers making that pick, is that he could also do kickoffs. One thing I did not like about Mitch Wishnowsky was, what was I going to say? Was, as a punter, and I'm not saying Wishnowsky cannot punt. I mean, not, I mean, kickoffs. But as a punter, I want you to just punt the ball, field position. But Jake Moody can also do kickoffs. So in his career, he was a really good kickoff specialist. Uh, Basically, I think the number said that he had like a 70% touchback, which is pretty good. And again, it's college. I don't want to overhype the kid, but hopefully Jake Booty, can prove me wrong. Like, one thing about me, while I may not like the pick, if a player proves me wrong, I'm not afraid to say I'm wrong. So, oh, there he is. The GOAT is
I'm
back.
back.
Oh man,
I'm sorry. My
no
computer
worries.
just acting up. And no more sports, you still there? I'm gonna bring you in if it's still here.
Yeah, he should be still. Yeah, he's in the private chat, so he must still be here.
Coming in, my brother he's not from Seattle. He lives in Seattle. And he's coming in. No border sports.
What up? What up? What up? Yep.
Look at his new look. Hair is all cut down low.
Nice. He's all cleaned up. Looks like good look. I can't rock that.
Coming in from Corona, California. The man that his team won yesterday. Sorry to say. Darn it. David Corona.
All those Lakers. Ow!
Nice rubbing it in. See,
18, 18. Oh, hell yeah. That's the bottle right there. Yeah, hold on. Let me go get my bottle. Let me go get my bottle.
Oh, no.
Yeah, can't.
Don't go to your fridge. Don't go to your fridge.
Right here.
Yep.
This is the box. Right here.
I thought you were gonna go to your fridge.
Yeah.
Nah, right here.
Same stuff.
Same stuff.
Yep.
Bob
Got the
Jones,
little
if
pack.
you still there, I'm sorry. My computer started acting up. It wanted to do a reload and stuff, and I'm like, come on, not now, not right now. And I couldn't see John Jay or No More Sport in the background.
Dude, I remember at one point I was having issues with I couldn't bring people on the screen because when I went down past like the screen where the part where it says you're on go, I'd go down to that area and it would just give me the little sand, the hourglass. So I couldn't click on anything down there. And it just pissed me off.
Oh yeah,
It used to make me want to throw things. I'm sure. I've been there.
I'm like,
I've been there.
How was your trip, Corey?
it was good.
Right on.
Yo, CG.
Shout out to my Warriors brother who's in the chat.
Nope.
Yeah, for some reason you chose the dark side for whatever the reason.
Nope. Lakers and six.
Whoa, Steve-O. Well, go back to that one, Corey. JJ Watt was co-host of McAfee's show. Funny, everyone gets fooled. Okay. Like, whoa. He's speaking about how JJ Watt was on the some show in the morning and they said, "Oh, I heard you're the co-host of the Pat McAfee show because Billy the Tubes there at the Pat McAfee show dropped a YouTube thumbnail that had some really clickbaity stuff in it." And so somebody saw it and just didn't watch the video because he was like, who was it? AJ Hawk was just late or whatever. So they pretended like JJ Watt was AJ Hawk. And that was the joke for the first whatever so minutes. And then he came in. But yeah, that's what that meant. Just,
what's up,
man,
Brian?
the spelling was bad. Ryan or Bryant?
Brian Cup.
Where is Brian? Brian's not here right now.
I'm looking at it chat. In the chat.
Mm-hmm.
When did you get a haircut? Yesterday or what?
Sunday.
It looks good, man.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Did it myself.
I'm
gonna go get a haircut on Thursday.
$3.99.
$3.99. Hell yeah.
No more sports.
What up, Corey?
Did you save the hair and put the hair in a container?
Not at all.
Because we're making fun of Corona and is never mind.
I am not making any sort of collage.
Yes.
Now he's gonna go to his closet and show his Padres and Warriors jerseys.
Nope, I don't got none of those.
Oh, my bad. Arizona Diamondbacks.
Nope.
Did you tell TRL that you and him root for the same team?
No, I don't.
Okay.
You a big Arizona Diamondbacks fan? That's cool.
Nah.
That's
our division, Dodgers. That's our division.
You find out new stuff about people all the time. That's awesome. I'll have to write that down in stone. You know why you write things down in stone?
Why?
So they'll be remembered for thousands of years. Just remember.
Oh yeah,
that.
for sure.
So if I write it down in stone, doesn't matter. Somebody 1,000 years from now will be, whoa, David Corona, Arizona Diamondbacks fan, huh? That's crazy.
Nope.
And the Warriors? And the Warriors. Wow, this is
Oh,
crazy.
hell
They'll write
no.
books
Oh,
about
my
you.
bad.
Hell
Yeah.
no.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I forgot. You're a Cowboys fan because you said your wife is
No, 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 no.
Your wife is a Cowboys fan?
Yes.
Oh,
So it must be awkward there in the playoffs, right? Or is she just like totally cuts you off after we win? You're like, baby, you can't take it out. It was my team. I didn't do it.
We bet all the time.
It bet all the time. You can't bet all the time.
When the Cowboys and the 49ers
you see
play.
what Brian says?
Once every 20 years.
What?
What's Bryant say?
The
Oh,
one-
Diamondbacks is cool.
He said that's not Ryan.
That's not Ryan. Who is it? Somebody was telling me I could be like if I was a criminal, I could have just totally like just cut everything off and I'd be a total different person. My daughter kept on laughing at me today. Because
You got a
today, even
tattoo
though
on
I
your
sent
head?
her a video. Huh?
You got a tattoo on your head?
Oh, I don't
Oh,
have any
never mind,
tattoos
never
on my head.
mind, never mind. Oh, so
Got my daughter right there. Oh, you can't see it because I have to.
yeah, I can't see it.
It's just it's upside down, but that's little Faith. She's awesome. Gets in her fourth the other day, and she's like, "Hey, Dad, this is a microwave, but I'm gonna pretend that it's an incubator." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Incubator, Dad. You put the babies in it until they hatch." And I was like, "Oh." So she's not only knows what an incubator is, but she's smart enough to pretend that a microwave is an incubator. You know what I mean? Like, holy smokes, that's really stinking close to what an incubator is. You know, it's like a microwave, kind of keeps things warm. You know.
Brian Cope
No,
says
no,
that
no,
technically
Brian.
makes you.
No,
Wow.
Yes, it does.
No.
Once you get married, yeah. Because when she buys Cowboys gear, that means you also buy Cowboys gear because you're married.
no,
Yes.
no, I don't.
Yes.
She don't buy Cowboys gear.
She will at some point in
Yeah, she
time.
will.
No.
That's how Jerry Jones does it. He makes
Hey,
them
I got to
buy.
you, David. David Cron.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you dirty.
You cutting off. I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Not again.
Will you put it on?
You still cutting off.
Yeah, Corey, he
Say
from
it
the
to
Boys.
your wife.
He said he doesn't care if it's his wife's or not. He would still wear it.
No, I won't.
Would you put on your wife's jersey?
Nope.
Cowboy jersey.
Yes, Corey.
She don't
Yes,
got.
Corey.
She
I
don't got
would.
no. She don't got no Cowboy jerseys.
My name is David Corona, and I would wear my girlfriend's Cowboys jersey.
No, I wouldn't.
My name is David Corona, and I would totally wear my girlfriend's cowboy jersey.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Okay. What about Rams stuff? Because you said that your family is also Rams fans.
No, I wouldn't. Nope.
I would wear the Warriors, Golden State Warriors jerseys, though. My name's
I
David Corona.
burn those. I burn those.
No,
guess
don't
what?
say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
I was at Kaiser. I
Okay.
was at Kaiser yesterday.
Okay. I washed my car with it.
No. How dare you? He's in the bird.
My name is David Corona, and I'm switching to the Golden State Warriors because they're going to go on a 3-0 run.
Oh hell no!
I hope that happens. Well, I don't think so, but I hope it happens.
Man, David, you are really, being Nostradamus out here with your quatrains.
Everybody's hating
Okay.
on the Lakers.
Okay. Yesterday, I was at Kaiser, and I was in the cafeteria, and the lady was standing behind me, and she's like, "Ooh, 49ers ahead of me." She had on Raiders shirt, and I'm like,
Oh,
"Yep, 49ers ahead of me." She said, "I like that 49ers. I'm a 49ers fan." And I looked at her like this. And said, "What are you doing with a Raiders shirt on?" She said, "It's my boyfriend's." And
so let
I
him wear
swear,
that shit.
it
You
was
know
her
what I'm
brother. That's
saying?
what it was. It was her brother's.
So,
I'm like, I was
damn.
like, I was like, I wouldn't dare put on a Raiders shirt. It could be the last shirt in my closet, somebody else's shirt, and I'll just go to the doctor butt naked before I go to the hospital.
Corey, I don't think you
With that
understand,
shirt.
but I'm David Corona, and if you love somebody, you'll wear their other team's jerseys and shirts if you really care for them. That's why I would do it if my woman asked me to.
Yeah,
Wow,
right.
David, that's crazy, David.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't.
Wow. I wouldn't. No, but you would. I
I
obviously, and
know.
that's very admirable. Thank you, Ryan. My
She
name's David
she
Corona. I'd
she
totally wear my woman's cowboy jersey.
she wears
What?
my jerseys. She wears my jerseys.
No, really? And you wear
Yeah,
hers?
yeah. Nope.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nope. He doesn't wear
There
your
we go. We
jerseys?
got it.
So David Corona actually he has a jersey that's split in half that has half Cowboys, half 49ers. There you go.
Nope.
And lots of rhinestones. It's bedazzled.
John Jay,
Yep.
say it's your brother or somebody, your roommate or somebody, and all your clothes are dirty. They're in the drop washer, and you gotta be somewhere real fast. Would you put on that Raiders shirt?
Hell no.
No, I go get a shirt from the 30 Close.
I would rather wear like day old, laundry stuff than put on any type of uniform from any other team that is not the Bay Area.
A lightly worn shirt and a dryer sheet, and you're good. You're in the dryer, and you're good. Or if you don't have the dryer sheet, a couple sprays of cologne on the shirt, toss it in the dryer. Pang, there you go. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse to go out looking like a homeless person wearing Raiders gear. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to be pulled over for the cops and searched? Like, come on.
Speaking of that, my high school had a day where like you could dress up like Greek or Romans, and my buddy he took the bus and he had the stones to put on like that that Greek
Togo.
whatever. Yeah, everyone looked at him so weird. They were like, "Dude, are you all right?" No, my school's having like a Greek Roman day, and
Bro,
I got
easy access.
And so everyone was all looking up like, and the bus driver was like,
I'm helping the girls with their biology tests.
Hey Ryan,
You know
I got a question
it's
for you.
real easy. Yeah.
Ryan. Hey, if your dad need a liver and he asks you if he could get a half of your liver, will you do it?
I don't think you could just give somebody half of her.
Oh, cause my
Now,
dad
if
was
he
asking
needed a
me.
kidney,
yeah.
No, he needs a
asking you for
liver. Half of my liver. I said I don't know because they said they're in the cut a piece off, but how much is a piece? You know?
I don't
I
think
don't know, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think you can give anybody a portion of your liver because the liver is your like what happened to me. Wasn't fun. It's like a
But
filter. So
but
Yeah.
go ahead.
if you need a new liver, you need a transplant. It's not like a kidney because like you only need one kidney to live. So if it was a kidney, that's a different story. But I don't think give any part of any piece of your liver because then that will also mess you up.
the doctor told my dad one of the family members could give him a piece of the liver. That's
You
what the
sure it's
doctor
liver
told my
not?
dad.
Figure this out.
Are you sure it's
So
I
liver?
don't know.
yeah, it's liver. Yep.
Why do they need a piece of his liver?
Because his liver's all not that good.
Huh.
That sounds
Yeah.
strange.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're not trying to take
So
you down to Mexico to do this, are they?
Mhm.
no.
Okay.
So I'm just like reaching out to people and see like what they do. See, and yeah, I'm not too sure.
How old is your dad?
He's 73, 51.
Wait, is he 51 or 73?
No, he's born in 51.
So he should be like
Okay.
it's
So he is
in his
73.
70s.
So his birthday's in June. So he be what so he be 73. He be 73 this year, no?
Like, I would figure out what they're trying to take out, because like
Mm-hmm.
if they're trying to, how to put this, if I was a father and they're trying to take any substantial amount of my kid's liver
Yeah.
at the age of 73 and put it in me so I can live what, 5, maybe 10 more years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What happens if you do that? You know what I'm saying? You have to then turn around and ask your kid for something. You know what I mean? I personally would probably just be like, hey, this is my last hurrah. You know what I mean? This is just going out like this. You know what I mean? I'm not trying. Me personally,
Mm-hmm.
I would just
Right.
figure out what's going on first. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
me too. Oh man, he gone.
All right,
Yeah.
like,
so what I know is that you only need a third of your liver to stay alive. So, this is what I learned. So, if your dad is able to live with 1/3 of their liver, they're okay. But if you're going to be removing a piece of your liver and putting it to your dad, again, that you don't want to do that, because then does the liver grow back?
what if they're going to take 1/3 out? Yeah. What if they need to take 1/3 of your liver out? That
That's
leaves you
why
with
that's what
2/3
my
of the liver.
that's
And
what my
then,
wife was saying.
yeah. And then, like, now, should you stop drinking because now your liver is you got 1/3 less of your liver, and therefore you're no filter everything? Like, could you have concerns going down the road from keep drinking beer and stuff like that? Could that be an
Mm-hmm.
issue? You know what I mean? So
Yep.
that's all something to think about, bro. Wow.
Yep.
He's 73.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. My grandpa was 70 something when he got cancer. Well, when he was diagnosed with cancer, right? And he was like, no, I'm not going to fight it. They said he had stage 4 cancer. He was like, screw it. I'm not going to fight it and pay all that money and feel like crap. I'll just die. And the doctor told him, oh, you got hope. There's hope, right? And so he goes out in the hall and he says, to my grandma's dad, he's him in going through the chemo and all that. Okay, so later, it's honest. He's just feeling like shit, right? Just total crap because of the chemo.
You cutting off in and out.
Okay, so anyway, Grandpa, within a month of figuring out he's got cancer and trying to fix it, all that, he was dead anyways. You know what I mean?
In that surgery, to put a new liver in, it's an 8-hour surgery. So
who's paying for this?
Who's paying for it? The insurance.
Yeah, it's always good to have that for stuff like that. I will say, I will say this: like, if you're gonna move, if they're gonna cut like a chunk, like a piece of it, and put it in there, that's just kind of weird. But if they're gonna like cut like a just like a little portion to like maybe try to regenerate the cells, I don't probably that's okay because like your liver, kind of like regenerates itself if you keep the liver clean. Again, it's like a filter. So if the filter's dirty,
right?
If the filter's dirty, all you gotta do is just clean it out by just taking care of it, eating healthy. If you got like alcohol, that's going to be a little bit more because again, like don't want to reveal anything personal, but let's just say I knew someone in my real life. They were a heavy drinker. They dealt with mental illness. The person had liver issues, didn't stop, and no longer in the picture. So like taking care of your liver is something that I learned just a couple of years ago. As long as your liver is good, you keep it clean, you keep all that stuff, you're good. You should be all right. And also, I learned that the liver, like, is able to like store up to 75 pounds of weight. So if you can like remove all of that, it's 75 pounds of less weight on your body. So I never knew that. So little food for thought.
Right.
Okay. So I was reading some articles today, and it says 49ers are bringing in another QB for rookie minicap. Steven Montez. He's supposed to be the backup for Joe Burrows.
Oh
yeah. I know they signed that XFL quarterback from Seattle, and then I think yesterday or today they signed a quarterback that was with the Eagles and last year played in that USFL league.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So y'all think they bringing these quarterbacks in case Brock Purdy not ready this season, or they just put him by?
They need 90 players. They got to sign 90 players. So I think it's a Cam body. Something's telling me that the Niners are going to keep a quarterback on the practice squad, for the whole year. Just think like, because, we don't want that Josh Johnson, situation. Like say we're in the title game or we're in a Super Bowl and then something like I don't want nothing bad to happen to our quarterbacks in the playoffs. So, and the league apparently the owners, not the owners, but the league is trying to allow teams to have an extra spot for 3 quarterbacks because not every team carries 3 quarterbacks. Some teams do, others don't. So I think that's what they're trying to do.
What you think, Ryan? No more sports.
I don't think it should be a big issue, and if you do it the right way, people can't rule. Like, which was the reason why they were apprehensive on bringing it back.
Cal is trying to get a mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Holy.
Oh man.
What you think, David Corona?
Um. Uh. Maybe they bring him in if Brock Purdy is maybe out for the season and he can't come back, and if Trey Lance can't do it or Sam Donald can't do it, we could bring this guy in, and maybe he could help us win.
Yeah. I think it's like what John Jay says. He's just trying to fill in bodies in case they want to probably put a quarterback on the practice squad. But I know it's hard to protect those quarterbacks in practice squad because a team can come up and snatch them, right?
Maybe a trade value. We get something out of it.
Mm. Right, John Jay? Right?
About
No,
training the quarterbacks.
no.
Oh,
They putting, another team, if you put some quarterbacks on a practice squad, some other teams can come up and snatch them.
well, like putting a quarterback on a practice squad. Like you got about 12 teams that have franchise quarterbacks, and then you have like 6 other teams that have like okay quarterbacks. But a team's not going to snatch a quarterback that's going to go on the practice squad because what are they going to do? So
Mhm.
hypothetically, like if a team is desperate for one of our quarterbacks in a practice squad,
That will happen.
they're they'll probably be very desperate to get a practice squad quarterback because they're not confident on the quarterback they have. So yeah. Plus, like all the teams drafted quarterbacks, all teams signed quarterbacks. Like usually, like they take running backs and offensive line players and defensive players. Yeah.
Brian Cup, you come in now. I'm sorry. I tried to go to you. Then when I went to click on you, you disappeared. Um. Okay. So we brought in some other players too, like played a cute defensive line and a tight end. We brought in Marlon Davidson from Atlanta Falcons
Mm-hmm.
and tight end Troy. Oh God, Fonseca from Denver and New England.
So we got 4 tight ends now.
Mm-hmm.
We don't
Not
need we don't need so many tight ends. We got Kittle and we got Ross Stranding, and we just got that guy from the draft. And we don't need these other two. But
well,
depends if they pay better. If they play better, yeah, bring them in. You know,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't come in now with y'all later. Okay. Come on, would you stop doing this?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
David V, what's up, my meat?
what's up, Dave Villa?
Amigo, what's up, my amigo?
What's up? How y'all doing? How you doing? How your day?
Yep. That that player we got from Atlanta, he's pretty good. Like I I think he was hurt last year. I think that's why he didn't play. But his rookie season and his second season, he played pretty well. He could make a roster spot because again, uh, defensive tackle. We need a good defensive tackle room. Even though we have, besides Hargrave, Eric Armstead, Kinlaw. Let's also say him. Kevin Givens, T.Y. McGill, Kevin Givens. Having competition is very important, and he's young. He's only 24, very very young. So 24-year-old, been in the league for a couple of seasons. That's always good. Those are players that are proven who have played. They're young. You can continue to develop them. It's just like a Sealand or Keelan Farrell from the Raiders. Like he was a top 10 pick. Should have been top 10, but that's the Raiders for you. Didn't work out over there. Like I remember when Arden Key said that joke. I'm glad I left the Raiders. I'm glad the Niners picked me up. I'll take little money to get out of there. It shows you the culture of the Raiders. When a player that was drafted over there and his first press conference was like, I'm glad I'm out of there. That says a lot about the Raiders. But I think Keelan Farrell will probably try to play well, get a contract. And this kid from Atlanta, probably the same thing. Play well, try to get a contract next year. So it's always good to have competition.
No more sports. What do you think about the 49ers bringing in Allen, the quarterback, their backup, and defensive line Marlon Davidson from Atlanta Falcons, and tight end Troy Funzengo.
They're all just camp bodies, bro.
They all just camp bodies.
The guy from how do I sound?
Sound good.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Okay. So the guy from Atlanta, he talks a good game. He sounds like he wants to be violent and this and that, but he hasn't showed it real much production. We'll see what that's just a camp body, definitely. He's just there to throw the ball. I think Kyle's hoping that he's going to be able to take somebody like a Sam Darnold. If they allow a quarterback, he's going to be able to put somebody like Sam Darnold on the practice squad and, have him there and know able to take. I think that's what it is. They'll make a spot on the practice squad for a quarterback that can't be touched by other teams. And it'll be like, this person's safe. Now, if there was another quarterback put on the practice squad, then that person obviously could be scooped. But I think what they're going to do is make it so on the practice squad, you've got one slot for a quarterback. The practice squad without somebody being able to catch them on waivers. And I think the 49ers are going to do that with Sam Darnold.
So Big Mac Sports.
What's up, Big Mac?
Big Mac.
He's another Laker fan in the chat.
What up, Big Mac?
Yeah.
I just have to shout that out.
Nah. Sheesh.
David Corona. If
Yes,
you don't
sir.
say Warriors, don't even mention the Lakers.
Hell no.
He's like, don't, how dare you not say Corey.
Corey,
I was joking.
Corey,
Yeah.
my name's David Corona, and I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry. The Warriors are the best team.
Oh, no.
Wow,
Yeah.
David, that was crazy.
Hey, let me ask you this
Sorry,
question.
Corey, I
Like,
didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
what if it was reversed and the Warriors were up 3-1? Do you think I would have been, talking smack like
Oh,
everybody?
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
I know you would.
No, I
I know,
wouldn't. No,
I
I
know
would.
you
wouldn't.
would. I know you would.
I
I
would.
I know
wouldn't.
you would. I know Corey would too.
Yep, I would.
You know.
I'll be.
I'll be talking my smack after the series over.
Yeah, whatever. My team is.
Yeah, because I think it's
Yeah.
over with, but I'm hoping we win the next game and win the next game. We
Yeah.
You guys
tear it
probably
up.
win. You guys probably
Corey,
win tomorrow, and you guys
Corey,
lose game 6.
Can you bring Bryant Culp's comment above that one up?
This one.
Right above it. Yep. He doesn't believe it's me. So going to prove it to him.
Oh yeah, oh, yeah. And you need those glasses with the eyeball hanging down. You know what I'm talking about?
The eyeballs hanging out. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I saw your short video. I can't remember which one it was, but it's one when you got your haircut like that, and I'm like, I was asking my question: is this no more sports? Is this right? I'm like,
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
I did. I said, let me go to the NWO VOC. I said, yep, that's him.
I was reading one of the comments earlier. Somebody can't remember what governor, but they replied, "Oh, great! I'll get to see now that I've seen a creeper through his peephole. Time to get off the internet now." And I replied with, "Thanks for the views."
Yep. Okay, Big Mac Sports. Big Mac Sports says Brian and Dilla. Yep. Okay, they all stand high. Did the Lakers win? Honestly, don't know. I didn't check the final score. I turned. Brian, Google that.
We won by 3. We won by 3.
You
Google
watched
that, Brian.
all that went down.
101 to 104. I could give you the score.
He watched some of the most crazy, like, content creator on content creator violence last night. Oh man, there was some mad some back and forth between Lakers and Warriors 49ers fans, definitely. And he was watching it, and he should know dang well what happened there. If he couldn't, he can't read a room very well.
Hey, at the Nuggets game is Russell Wilson and the Broncos head coach.
What?
They're at the Nuggets game right now. They just sold them right now.
Together?
Yeah, together.
Together.
See,
oh no.
I hope the Sun wins, so then TRL can bag at you next series.
What? No, I'm just saying they just sold Russell Wilson and the head coach.
Okay.
In Denver.
Yeah, whatever.
He was saying you're a Denver Nuggets fan.
No, I'm not.
Like, yeah. That was so weird. Like you said, hey, there's my Denver Nuggets team on the television.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, whatever.
I remember it distinctly.
Sheesh.
45.
45.
Okay, so
36, 24, 36. Only if she's 5'3".
5 opponents that the 49ers will likely play on prime time in 2023. Who do you think they are? And these are the opponents.
Wait, I got a quick question.
I say Baltimore. Go ahead.
Do you think Fonda's got a motor in the back of her Honda? My Anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. You
Mm,
do side bin with it.
Okay, so we playing at Philadelphia.
That might
Do
be a
y'all
prime. That might be a prime game.
do y'all think that's gonna be a prime game, John Jay?
yeah, the Eagles are going to get a lot of primetime games, so I won't be surprised if we play the Eagles
I
at
say
night.
Monday night. I say Monday night.
Yeah, because that's what happens to the teams that make the Super Bowl, and like both teams, even they get a lot of primetime games.
What about Arizona?
Nah,
Versus Arizona?
No,
nah.
yeah,
No.
no.
What about the Rams?
That's
It's on the Rams.
Yeah, Monday night probably.
Probably probably a Thursday night game. I don't think we're gonna play them on Sunday night or Monday night. I think Thursday is
Oh yeah,
like
maybe Thursday night.
because like the Rams didn't do nothing this year. So and they've lost a lot of talent and like who wants to watch a team like that on prime time? So maybe Thursday night because like the Thursday night games like they try to get every team to play one game on Thursday night football.
So y'all say it's a might,
It's a maybe for one game.
maybe. What about Seattle?
Uh, nah.
I'm
Maybe
gonna say
Thursday. Maybe
I'm gonna
Thursday.
I'm gonna say yes to both, and this is my reason. I think the Niners are going to play twice on Thursday night, probably once against the Rams, one against Seattle, and we'll probably play a Monday night game. And the reason why is because the Seahawks, they made the playoffs. They went 9-7. Their teams that make the playoffs are going to get some primetime games,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
don't
That's
think
true.
the Seahawks are going to have the same year that they did last year, but they'll still probably show them like maybe one game. So I'm going to say one game, either on Thursday or one game on Monday.
Okay.
I think the
I say,
Chiefs are going to get
I,
2 Thursday games.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay,
feeling
what you
that's
think about
what it should be.
what do you think about the Cowboys? Are they gonna
Oh
get
yeah.
They
are the
suck.
49ers gonna be a prime?
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Like one thing about the
Jerry
Cowboys is
Jones owns them.
like
we should have them last time, but they switched it because why they switched it? Because we had a Sunday night game against the Cowboys, but they moved us out.
because there was another game that they did not see the teams going to with winning records, so they do that flex game, and this is the reason why I think we're gonna play them either on that 4 o'clock or 4:25. Like that 4:25, like like game of the week, because the Cowboys get like 8 games of the week, and then they get 4 games on Sunday Night Football for some reason. That's messed up. I don't know why. They get that favoritism. Makes no damn sense. So basically,
Because
they're
against the
always
deals.
yeah.
Because the American team, they say,
So
suck.
and and the reason why I say
He's
they're gonna have
actually right.
Mhm. Yeah.
I say yeah. I say yeah.
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 And because the Giants are were good last year, like I remember when Eli Manning and Tony Romo, they showed both those Cowboys and Giants games on Sunday Night Football. Growing up, so they always favor. So like I won't be surprised if the Cowboys get like 8 primetime games like they always do.
Okay. Us versus the Giants. Do you think that's gonna be a primetime game?
Nah,
Mm,
I think it'll
nah,
be like a normal,
No.
yeah,
I say the
normal.
Ravens. I say the Ravens.
What about the Ravens?
I say yeah.
You say yeah. What you think, John Jay?
I think that's not going to be a prime time game. I think that's going to be like a 4:25 where like everyone will be able
Sunday
to
night.
watch it. And because like everybody wants to see Lamar Jackson, the 49ers, we went 13-3. So I think because of Lamar and the 49ers, I think that'll be like one of the games of the week. I think the Niners are probably going to have some games of the week, that 4:25 slot or 1:25 here in the West Coast. So I think that's gonna be one of our games. Like I think the Niners are gonna have a lot of those Sunday game of the weeks. In my opinion.
Okay. What about you, Noble Sports? Do you think the Ravens going to be up against the 49ers a primetime game? Yeah.
Yeah. Teams, that's
You going in and out again.
Mm-hmm.
You staticky again.
Mm. Let's see. Brian says, "Watch. How many games did the Jets?" Oh, probably because Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. You know what? CBS, because they show the AFC. I bet you they're going to show like 6 games in New York with the Jets going like the like 4:25, Eastern time because of Aaron Rodgers. I could be wrong. Oh, it's Nicole.
Nicole, yep, Krebs. The lady I
Nicole.
interviewed. She
Long
said
time.
it's going to be a good rematch against the Ravens. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the Rathman jersey. 44.
Okay, what about so John Jay, you said yes or no on that?
I don't think we're gonna play the Ravens on prime time. I think we're gonna get that daytime, like the 4:25 slot. So
125.
I'm gonna go no on that one.
Okay.
Oh, he left.
He's having technical
Yeah, technical
difficulties.
difficulties.
Okay, what about Cincinnati?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Monday night.
Both these teams lost in their conference championship game. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm calling it. It's going to be Monday Night Football.
Yep. Monday night. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I'm swinging
Okay.
for the fences. I'm swinging for the fences, and yeah.
Um, Jacksonville.
Nah, I don't
No.
think. No.
So I just found out that we're not playing the Jaguars in the UK. So that's going to be one of our 10 o'clock in the morning games.
Oh, out of country.
No, we're playing it in Jacksonville. So I
Oh,
found out that the Niners. Well, okay. So there's no Mexico games this year. I think that's what someone told me. I'm gonna go double check that. So, but it looks like the Niners are not going to go to Europe because they said that. And if we are going to Europe, we probably won't be playing the Jaguars because the Jaguars announced that they're not playing any games in Europe this year.
Ryan, you think Cincinnati and the 49ers be a primetime game?
yeah. I think it would have to be, unless like the Cowboys are playing the Eagles and Jerry wants to, get the limelight again. It seems like Jerry's one of those people where he just always have to have the attention. So, you know what I mean? Why wouldn't it be any different any other type of the week? You know what I mean? He's surprised he's not prime time every time he plays.
Yeah. Go ahead, Corey. Sorry about that.
No, that's what I was asking him. What about Jacksonville? No motorsports.
Oh no. They would for it to be prime time, it would have to be or any flexed into that, and Jacksonville would have to be just doing some crazy stuff, and so would the Niners. You know what I mean? It would have to be one of those oh, we didn't think this would be a game everybody wanted to see, but now we do. So no, that's regular time.
So we'll probably see it at 10 o'clock morning, maybe.
Yeah, because like again, like there are leaks already. Like the schedule's already out, and so tomorrow they're gonna start to leak. I think they're gonna leak the Thursday night games at the end of the day tomorrow, and then
Oh,
on Thursday they're gonna basically announce all
All of them.
the prime time games, and then they're gonna start to leak the international games. So that's what they do, so they can have something to talk to the next couple of days.
I thought it was coming out on Thursday. I thought everything was coming out on Thursday.
I know, because like I found out last year, like 2 hours before the release, who we were going to be playing. So I made a schedule and I posted in my membership tab, and I had it. And then when the schedule came out, it was perfectly correct. So lucky for me. So I was just looking at all the leaks that were coming out, on the day.
Coming in, my brother he lives in Reno, I believe, or Tahoe. Oh, which one is it?
Renob League?
Steve-O Supremo.
What's up?
What's
Say
up, man?
How you
Renob?
doing?
I say something different every time. Reno, Carson, Tahoe, same area.
Carson City.
That's where I actually live. Yeah, but I say Reno or Tahoe because people might know them better.
What city is
Went to
that?
Carson City once and got some candy.
Carson.
Actually, candy from a store there.
Yeah, there's a Virginia City has a lot of that. Like people go there just to get the candy.
It was like an old timey part of town. Like it's like in this wooden type building. It was kind of reminiscent of the West.
Oh, that's Virginia City is still. It's not sidewalks. It's straight up wooden boards. I mean, the old building still. I mean, it's straight like that. Bonanza. I think that's where Bonanza was filmed. Was out there.
I want to see a city like that in my lifetime. I got.
It's all right. I mean, they got this lady. She's made out of silver dollars, and it's a whole wall like probably 15 feet high, just nothing but silver dollars. And they made a lady out of her. She's on the wall.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
I go like once a year.
Go ahead, Corey.
Okay, Minnesota Vikings. Yes,
No.
Minnesota Vikings.
No. They're 1 year frauds.
So you don't think we're gonna be a primetime game with them?
No. I don't know. Like I think they had like 11 games.
Maybe a morning game
Let's see.
or afternoon game, maybe.
So that's a road game. So that might be one of our, like, one thing that I hate, I've always hated, is every year I would look up the schedules and count how many 10 o'clock in the morning games. I think last year we had back-to-back 10 o'clock in the morning games, and after that was just like primetime games and 1 o'clock games. And I think we're gonna have like 3 games and in the 10 o'clock window where I live, because I live in the West Coast. But hopefully, because like there's so much expectations on this team, we do have a championship roster. Hopefully the league is like, you know what, let's just give them 1 10 o'clock game in the morning. But I got a feeling they're going to give us probably 2 or 3 like they always do.
Okay.
That's a lie. We all know I'm Brian's neighbor.
Steve-O lives in Stockton, California. He is my neighbor. Don't let him fool you. Wow.
Hey, Corona, how long ago did you get your pack from Joe?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't got it either?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
You?
No, that's what I was wondering.
No, I haven't got it.
Checking the mail every day.
Or my patch from Niner Sickness. I haven't got that either.
Yeah, I usually give those to somebody else because I don't use them.
And see if David Corona ever won any prizes from the Ultimate Report, he'll get his stuff in 24 hours because I always deliver. Yep.
Oh yeah.
What happened with your patch, David Corona? I follow the mailman. And I saw him about to put it in. I said, I'm David Corona. Give that here.
Oh, because he was wrong. Because I won 2 times or 3 times, and he missed it. So
I know I was on that show.
Oh yeah. So I haven't got it yet.
Yeah, it sucks because like I won with Mariah and then never got that for whatever reason, or she didn't check her email, I guess. And then we got into it, and then I got my shirt from East Coast Red and Gold. That was cool. I think Ty made it himself, but it's not 49ers. It just says like Super Bowls, this, and this, and he just made it. It's still red and gold, the colors and everything, but it's not actually like, probably from branding and everything. That's probably why he didn't do it. But so I, the off season, I'm like, dude, I need this pack to get me through the off season. You know what I mean? Plus, I can't find all my box of cards right now. I'm pissed because I was going to give all of my Seahawks ones to him. I don't know where they're at.
Yep.
Exactly. If you get the correct address, things get mailed out on time. Yeah.
Oh, I think that was a shot at somebody. Bang! Pew, 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 pew. Oh. But you know what's weird is I got 2 emails saying the post office trying to deliver something, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, no, this isn't real. And then I got another one, and I'm like, well, maybe it is. And then I'm like, wait a minute, Joe doesn't have my email address, or the post office doesn't either. So I know it's a scam. But I started, thinking maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, that's what I get all those. Oh, you got a package in there, and then if you click on it, you got to pay this much to get it resend.
Yeah, they didn't do that. They just said they were trying to deliver it.
They do that to my wife too. They say, "Oh, you get a package," but yeah, they say if you put like $2 down, you get like a new TV. She put $2 down, and she never got the new TV.
That's a scam. I don't do none of that.
Yeah,
y'all lying.
They scammed her.
Oh yeah, like you could tell like what's a scam. Like if they're telling you got to pay money. Like if you mail anything in the postal service, like federally, they got to take it to the address because it's federal. If you use like UPS and those other companies like FedEx, like you got to pay them like a fee for them to take it over there. So, but if someone's telling you, hey, we have your package, we're gonna deliver it, but you got to give us like $5 or $10, and they're calling you or you're getting an email, that's a scam.
Yeah. Unless it's COD, like from UPS, it's already paid for.
So, yeah, so I know, like I get these random text messages all the time, because telemarketers, they are what they are, and they said you have won $100. Please give us your routing number and your bank account. Nope, because it's a scam.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get $100 for free to give out your bank account information.
Yeah, this chick I knew through Facebook, she thought she was getting some kind of puppy, and she gave him the credit card transaction, and she got ripped off just like 2 weeks ago.
Mhm. So
Yeah, that sucks.
I
yeah,
think she's stupid because I think it happened to her. Her brother commented, and I think something happened with the house too. And I'm like, because I've been seeing her a lot. I didn't see her 20 years. I've seen her a lot like the last month, and I think she kind of like not that smart.
yeah. In
Be falling for shit like
20,
that.
I want to say 2012. In 2012, one of my cousins, he's a big WWE fan, and he gave me like $200 cash because he doesn't have a credit card, and so I said, all right. So I said, all right. You gave me the cash. All right, I'm gonna use my credit card, and I went to eBay. He showed me a link of a championship belt from WWE, which cost like $150 with shipping and all that other stuff. It came out close to $200. So all right, that's all right. All right, you'll get your championship belt in 3 to 7 days, man. Let me know when you etc. So I'm working. I'm about to get off. It's almost like 2:30. When I work the mornings, I was off at 3. So I loved working like from 7 a.m. to 3 o'clock because then when there was Thursday night football or Monday night football, I was able to come home and watch the games, at night. So I always told my boss, you know, to work, those hours
That's
during.
fine. What the hell's up with these 4 o'clock games, man? That should be pissing me off.
I don't
I
know.
dip out early. I got in trouble because I was just there's nothing to do, and I was like, I'm just dipping out. Like, clock me out. You can waste my time for half an hour and pay me for doing nothing, or I'm gonna watch the game, man.
So then in like a week, he gets the package and he's like, yeah, I got me my championship belt. And, he and his goofy idiot friends were like, pretending to be wrestlers and like, oh, yeah, I'm the champion now. So they were doing their dumb stuff. But then I got a phone call from my bank and I didn't know that my bank had like a protection where like if I pay like because I don't really like use like $200 on my credit cards. I don't really you know spend that much. So if I go over $50, I get a text and I just say, yeah, that was me, yada yada. But I got a phone call. They said, your credit card is maxed out. I'm not gonna tell you the amount, but it was maxed out. I said, what happened? And then I found out somehow, and they tracked the IP, where the information. Because one thing I didn't know this, if you own a computer, you're being tracked, on the internet, your address, all that information. So the credit card was under my name, my information, but the shipping and was somewhere in Europe, and they bought some dumb things like Star Wars stuff. I'm like, what? I said, all right, I'm going to my bank, and it's all right. We're gonna hold it. So I go to the bank, and they tell me, oh, you got this protection. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna close this credit card. We're gonna dispute all the charges, and they gave me a new credit card a week later. So I said, dude, I'm never ordering anything from eBay ever again. And I don't care if people like spot me the money. I said, nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I don't trust that stuff.
Okay, let me see what else. Okay, so um let me see. Do you think our defense gonna have a falling out?
Like break up.
They're gonna be like not as good as they was last season. Are they gonna have a fallout?
I hope so. I hope they be the top defense.
So how far down would you consider a falling out from rank 1 to what would you consider falling out?
1 from 10, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it'll go. It's hard to be a one defense, and our weakest thing was stopping the D the second half of the season. And when Kinlaw came back, weirdly enough, I think that we solidified the interior. I expect good, big things from Jake Jackson because the guy's like 290 and could do backflips. I mean, come on. I mean, that guy. I expect to have a big year out of him. We got that safety we drafted, and I think I think instead of running nickels because we lost our nickel back, that you're going to do three safeties, and then he'll be on that guy instead of the nickel back. And it's going to be hard to beat a number one defense, but I think that if anything, we'll fall to the top 3, maybe 5. I mean, and I'm okay with that.
What you think, John Jay?
Let's see. Like every year, the defense is very different. So just like every season is different, you never have the same team twice. It's very rare when you're able to keep, like your 22 starters. It's hard to keep that. I don't think the defense is going to be like we're going to regress or we're going to be awful. I do believe that the Niners defense is going to take a little while to mesh. And this is the reason why we always start slow, because every year we have a lot of new players, like taking in new spots, and it's hard to have that consistency. So I personally believe, in my opinion, that the Niners defense, I think will still be in the top 10. I don't think we're gonna regress too much, but I don't think we're gonna be like one of those top elite, like top 3. I think we'll be probably between like 4 and 10, which is still pretty good. But I don't think I don't think our defense is gonna be like 32nd in the league or 25th in the league or 20th in the league. I don't think we'll be even in the bottom 16. I think we're a top 10 defense.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
I think Lenore, he'll probably just step down from Mosley. He'll probably do better, but he's going to be a step down. But what do you think, Corey?
I think Lenore gonna do his job. I think he's gonna be able to do his job. And all these defensive backs that we brought in too. We brought in a lot of defensive backs and stuff.
I think we might have a better defense this year because we picked up a couple guys. We picked up Hargrave from the Eagles. I think he could do good. We still got Bosa. We got Jackson. We got what's that other guy's name? 91. Armstead. Armstead needs to step up big time this year. And yeah, I think we might have a better defense this year.
I was just going to say, No Border Sports is -5 for leaving without saying bye.
Oh wow, we're still doing that -5 stuff.
My
Literally.
connection is bad. I'll be in the chat.
Remember, this is
Okay.
Corey stream. It's Corey stream. He's
Point-
he's the guy. He makes the rules.
Points roll over, man. It's a continual thing. One of the reasons we started out slow, though, is because the year before last, we lost 11 coaches, and then the last year we lost 8. This year it wasn't so bad. Like, I think it's 4 or 5. I haven't counted yet. But, I mean, losing coaches and then the players have to relearn, different strategies or whatever they're going to do. It takes them a few weeks to get on page. So I don't think we're going to have a big problem starting out fast this year.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
No Border Sports, if you didn't hear the question, you can answer it in the chat. What do you think the 49ers defense going to have a falling out this year? Are we going to stay at number 1 or are we going to move down? What do you think how our defense is going to be this year?
Yeah.
2023.
What was our offense ranked?
To see, like, since 2019, the 49ers offense has been in the top 15, and again, like, oh my gosh, you know what? Okay, so yeah, so we were in the top 15 in 2020. The offense, was like in the top 20, even when everyone was injured. In 2021, again, we were in the top 15, and then this past season, the offense was top 10 for the first time, and I think it's because of Brian Greasy, who he played under Shanahan's father for like many, many years, many years. Uh, Basically, like he was like Jimmy Garoppolo, like for the Broncos. He wasn't an elite quarterback. He won a lot of games. He was careful with the football. Uh, he also had injury, and like he didn't miss a lot of games, but he had injuries. And I think it's the way Shanahan has his quarterbacks, play, they're gonna get hurt. The run, like even Terrell Davis, they overworked that guy, and I think after the 2001 season, he had to retire. Had a very short career because of how they ran the football. And that's the thing that scares me. And I said this, and I'm gonna say this again. Shanahan's father was a good coach early in his career, but after John Elway left, he did not win anything. I'm telling you the truth. Look at what he did. He was barely, successful, made the playoffs, but could not win the big game. And his last coaching was a debacle. Like after RG3's rookie season, they had 2 horrible years. So, and that's why that the term nepotism, the NFL has that nepotism because there are other fathers that their son coaches, but their sons are not as good as their fathers. I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan is awful, but we saw something happen a few years ago. The Bears fired their coach, Matt Nagy, who, when in Philadelphia, he was one of his coaches. Then he goes to Kansas City. Then he goes to the Bears. Guess what happened? He goes back to Andy Reid. There is a bit of nepotism, not just like fathers, but the coaching tree. Why do a lot of New England coaches fail but go back to New England? Because, that's just how it is.
Because they're spies.
So it's the reality. Like if the Shanahan name, wasn't really big, do you think his son, would have had? Because I think Kyle Shanahan started coaching when he was like barely 20, 23, 24. Not too many NFL coaches start that young, so it really shows you that there's a bit of nepotism. And like you go back to the greatest coaches, Bill Parcells, Bill Belichick, Bill Walsh, all his great coaches. Every coach has been very successful from that tree. So that's just something to point out. So I don't think it's like the NFL's all right. My son, I'm the commissioner. When I retire, my son's going to take over the league. It's not too much of that. I think it's just that when you're a great coach and your assistant coaches have success, then those assistant coaches, their coaches get, more and more jobs. Because look at McVay under Shanahan, LaFleur under Shanahan with the Packers, Robert Saleh under Shanahan has a job. What's his name? McDaniels in Miami got a job. D'Amico is a really good coach, but you see that there's about 5 teams that have the Shanahan. So it's true. And then you have a Taylor who was an assistant under McVay when they went to the Super Bowl, and he got him hired with the Bengals. So
I don't buy that. Like Terrell Davis getting ran into the ground. I mean, there's a reason, right? And if he didn't get run into the ground, so Kyle's not running people into the ground because his dad did 20-something years ago, and if he didn't run him into the ground, guess what? Would Terrell or John Elway have gotten hurt? I mean, that doesn't mean that would have happened. I mean, I never learned nepotism in school. It's like a new word to me. But there's nepotism everywhere. Just because, like, say, D'Amico Ryan's. I know he's a former player, but if he didn't, just because he was a player and now he's coaching, that doesn't mean he didn't get where he was because of his family. It starts. It's everywhere. I'm sure it is. We just don't see it at the lower levels, and we only focus on the higher priority jobs, the commissioner, the the owners, the GMs and all that. We only kind of focus on that, but I think it goes all the way down to pretty much everybody, because everybody in your family, if you got somebody in your family that owns their business, you're probably most likely gonna help them some way, even if you're not old enough to work. You're gonna be going there and helping do something.
Let's see the definition of nepotism, like of course, like I know a lot of people, businesses, that example. Let me use that. So like in San Francisco, there was an elderly family. They had kids. The majority of the kids were like, hell no, I don't want to work here. I want to do something else. They love their family. It's just that they wanted to do their things. But there's always some of the kids or a relative or a family friend, that like, all right, I'm gonna go over there. Like I'm gonna start there, and then over time they transition and they stay there long term, etc. That happens. That's normal. The same thing. Um,
And then they
nepotism.
get fed up with their family, and then they argue and they leave.
So I know. So, but that's an example. But here's the point: nepotism is where someone in your family, say a parent, works at a very successful company. They built something. They built something, and then that kid, you groom that kid to do that. That's that's the definition of nepotism, because no kid wants to be like, all right, you're going to take over my Fortune 500 company, or you're going to do this, things like that. So when it comes to football, Kyle's dad didn't say, all right, son, you're born into this NFL and you're gonna be a head coach. Of course, Kyle Shanahan went to college. He played football I thought he was a quarterback, a wide receiver with Texas. Good program. At the time, Texas was a good program, not anymore. Didn't work out as a football player. His father was in the NFL. So, you know, he's one of these like undrafted free agents that didn't get signed and say, you know what, I'm gonna jump into the coaching. And of course, his dad's there. And again, I don't want to sound like Kyle's father and say, all right, I'm gonna help you out. No, but what if Kyle's dad wasn't there and he wasn't a good successful football player?
So he was if I'm not mistaken, he was first job coaching was a wide receivers coach somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, so basically his first job was in 2006. 2006. Kyle played from 2002 to 2005 in Texas, and immediately gets a job after he finishes with Texas with the Houston Texans. So
So
Gary
you
Gary
think
Kubiak Gary Kubiak was one of Shanahan's dad coaches in Denver, and he did a really good job. He got hired there as a coordinator. They fired the coach because the Texans were a horrible franchise their first couple of years, and he and Kyle helped develop someone called Matt Schaub. So when you look at Kyle Shanahan, why people say he's a great quarterback person is because of Matt Schaub. Matt Schaub was drafted in 2001 to Atlanta as a 7th round selection, and he becomes a Pro Bowler for 2 back-to-back seasons. That says a lot. And then everywhere else he's been, the quarterbacks have played better than their skill levels because of Shanahan. So anyway,
so?
but
He
that's
got his foot in the door, but then he went to coach on other, I don't know. I think like 3. I don't remember, but like other, quarterback, wide receiver positions or whatever it was. I mean, he put in his work. I mean, his dad might have opened the door, but he still had to put in his work. He just wasn't given a head coaching job.
I know, but like, all right, so I got a buddy of mine. We went to the same school. His family is better off. He's a good guy. I love this guy. I consider him a brother, even though we're not related. And he's helped me, during some tough time. He's a good dude. His father was a lawyer, And guess what happened? He opened the door for his son to become a lawyer. Now he hated it, so he quit. But he basically like did other like consultants for legal stuff. But his dad basically opened the door for him. But my buddy busted his butt off really good to get where he is. But again, the same thing. Again, when
You still got to pass the exam to get into even do it though.
well, the point is, so here's the point. When I'm trying to get, what I'm trying to get is that, like, when they open a door for you, like, say, like someone who knows you, again, like, do many people get that opportunity? No. Like, I've had my shares of going to job interviews. I was more qualified than most people, and then some other person got it because they knew the hiring director or they knew someone in the business, and that's not fair. Like, I don't like that because I bust my butt, and the person who has no qualifications gets to do this. And like, I don't want to get personal because this has happened to me before. I've never complained. I've never whatever. I've did my thing. I did my stuff, but year after year watching, oh, this is my niece, oh, this is my wife's son, or this is my husband's daughter. Is there something that we can get them in there? And then somehow in a year later they're doing way better than me. And again, I shouldn't be complaining, but just opening the door, it happens a lot. And I'm not saying Kyle having the door open for him made him get where he is right now. You still got to bust your butt off, but that's nepotism, and it's not fair, but it happens. So,
yeah, my last job, it was the main boss, but his son was there, and his son was like, he doubled the company. He was way better.
So
okay,
Matt Schaub
coming
was my
in,
high school quarterback, by the way.
coming in, my brother from Stockton, California. My brother, Brian Cup.
Oh, is this the Rumbo show?
You on mute. You on mute.
Don't tell him. You can't say anything. You gotta go. Like,
Can't hear you, Brian. You're on mute. Are you going back out with something that has connections?
Who you say don't tell them? Steve?
Hey, what's up?
Well, you say don't tell them?
Yeah, don't tell him.
So yeah.
Hey Corey, I've never seen sweaters where they have the numbers in the name on the front. Where do you get those at?
You get them in the
I got it
NFL.
.com?
I got it off Facebook. They have advertising and stuff, and I just take a chance and I look it up on my phone, see if it's a good company. Then I order mine. I can't remember.
I like that.
Oh, he's back.
-5 for leaving without saying bye.
Well, I tried to say, can you guys hear me? If not, I'll dip out. I think you were messing with me. I did my mic check. I have a new mic. I'm hoping.
No, we couldn't hear you.
Still can't hear me? Okay, guys.
Now we can. No,
we
now
can
we
hear you
can.
now. We can hear you now.
So what? You have the mic?
Yeah, I have a new mic. So I'm hoping you guys can hear me better.
What do you hook up the mic to your computer
Yeah,
to the port, or what do you do?
Yeah, the microphone's hooked up to the back of the computer. There's a port in the back of the computer. So
yeah.
So hey guys, great show so far. Corey, I seen the technical difficulties in the beginning, but shout out to John Jay for holding it down. He kept the show alive, the boat going in the right direction, right? So
I disagree. I think John Jay held it up.
He held it up. He stopped the current from moving. No, John, you did a great job. I heard you guys talking a little bit about Kyle Shanahan, and I'd like to jump in there a little bit. He was a wide receiver in college. He wasn't a quarterback, but he thinks he's a quarterback, right? And I think, if I'm correct, he started his coaching job with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was like an offensive coordinator with John Gruden.
I thought it was the Redskins.
So if you guys want me to read this real quick, it says Kyle Shanahan. No, the Redskins. He was an offensive coordinator for his dad, but that was a lot sooner than in 2004. Back in 2004, I think 2004, 2002, somewhere around there. Kyle Shanahan was 24 years old, and he was offensive quality control.
Oh,
okay. So, and that was in 2004. So then from there, I think he went to the Texans. I think he went to the Cleveland Browns. I think he went from there to what? Maybe the Redskins, if I'm correct. And that's where he ended up with
Falcons.
Oh, yeah. No, Falcons would have been after the Redskins.
Oh, okay.
Falcons, because he left his dad a coordinator on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's jumped around a lot, and nepotism is real. But if you're an NFL player, you can't really say nepotism's real because more than likely you're connected to somebody who played in the NFL. I would like to see somebody Google how many people, last names, does it have any connection with anybody else in the NFL? And I really think that's a very small percentage because you think about somebody like Jerry Rice, his kids, his cousins, his nephews, they're all trying out for the NFL. Joe Montana's son tried out for the NFL. There's so many players that we can just throw out there, like, let's go sign this guy, Frank Gore Jr. There's so many players out there, and it's like, why are we reaching out to them? Because their dad's name, right? Their last name. Well, there's a reason we're reaching out to that last name, because that guy, you, me, John, Corey, you guys are a career. You guys have done this for such a long time. You guys have had success, maybe for a short period of time or maybe for a long standing amount of time. But the point is you had success. So you would think that you as a person would pass that on to your offspring or somebody that you're related to, right? You're going to show somebody else. So when, a last name comes up and people are like, oh, so-and-so is related to so-and-so. Good. Because we're keeping the NFL the same thing, right? We're trying to keep it moving in the same direction and there's always room for expansion and all that. But when you have a dad who says, hey, son, let me teach you something, and then he does get a job, yes, nepotism is very real. But there's a good reason for that too. You got all these guys that are long short.
Right. So let me bring in David McNiner. Coming in, my brother from Utah. He is David McNiner.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
You're much taller than me. I feel like Ian Rappaport.
uh,
Gotta go get a crate. I'll be right back.
that's funny.
Kyle had 7 jobs as some kind of coordinator or coach before he became, a coach. And I think this people, because he did it so young, or we normally spend 15 years, I think that's why people kind of like, don't like the idea, I don't know.
It's jealousy, man. It's jealousy. How much you want to bet, man? If your dad was this, an NFL executive player, some kind of scout, there's a very good chance you're making it to the NFL because you know people, he knows people, you've grown up with it. I mean, like, look at somebody like Grant Cohn. He met Steve Young. He met Steve Young when he was like 6 years old, and now he's writing for the 49ers. So there's definitely avenues, like if your dad's a lawyer, there's a good chance that you might grow up to be a lawyer. Maybe you do something totally different. But when you have that opportunity to say, hey, I might be able to be really good at this too, because I've listened to my dad. Shout out to him. Shout out to all the people that are listening to, people that are a little bit older than him saying, hey, why don't you try it like this? There might be some potential in you. And if you keep practicing, keep shooting those free throws, you might make it. And look at Michael Jordan. He kept shooting the free throws, and then he finally made it to the. So it's just like, it's one of those things. You have to practice to be good, and you have to listen and study to be good. So if your dad tells you how to brush your teeth and how to walk and talk, and he's teaching you how to catch a football, he's probably telling you like, hey, if you run this way, it's called a sweep. If you run this way, it's a fly, or this is a dive, So like terminology gets put into your head when you're like, I don't know, however young you are. I started playing chess, the game, chess at the age of 4. My dad started teaching me how to play chess, and me and him used to get up every Saturday and play. I started teaching my daughter at the age of 4 to play chess. It doesn't mean we're grandmasters. It just means, hey, that's something that we had something passionate about. My dad wanted to bring me along and have something fun to talk about too. So I can definitely see somebody like Kyle's dad, Mike Shanahan, who's been coordinators for so many different teams, bringing his son along and saying, hey, there's an opportunity. You could get a summer job as a water boy. And shout out to Kyle, because he was a water boy at one point. So I just think like there's a lot of like, it's not necessarily fair, but you got to go back to like what I was trying to say, like longshoremen's, those jobs are grandfathered in. You have to know somebody to get that position. You have to have Red Wing boots. You have to wear Levi's. You have to, walk and talk a certain way to get to that position. So if somebody at a very young age is saying, hey, if you want to become a longshoreman or a 49er quarterback, you need to walk this way and talk this way. So it's not necessarily fair, but that is the way the world works.
So piggybacking from that, I just got this thing that popped in my head. So Larry Fitzgerald, can we all agree that he had a great NFL career, right?
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. So he was a Minnesota Vikings fan, and when he was a kid, he was the ball boy for the Minnesota Viking game. So he remembered Chris Carter, young Randy Moss, and the coach, Eric. No, what was his name?
You want to become the Cardinal coach, right?
Yeah, the guy who became the Cardinals coach. He, made some calls to some NCAA schools, talk about, hey, you got to get this kid Larry Fitzgerald, and because he was in the NFL. Oh wow! So, but even though he got that call, like he gave him the calls for Larry Fitzgerald. He still got the calls, but Larry Fitzgerald, I forgot what college he went to. I think it was Pittsburgh. I got to look up what college he went to, but he was really good. And at the age of 19, if the NFL allowed him to get drafted at 19, he was really good. He was really, really good, but he had to be there after his junior season. So after the age of 19 and 20, had 2 good years. I think he was drafted in the top 5 by the Cardinals, had a really great career. And he did The Football Life. I love that show, The Football Life. I watch it every time. And Fitzgerald was like, if I wasn't the ball boy for the Minnesota Vikings, I would not have got to Pitt. I would not been drafted in the top 10, and I would not had a great career. He even admitted that, but he was still a good player. And now here's another talking about. So when I was a kid, I was a really good athlete, but I wasn't an athlete that was like going to be in the Major League Baseball because I grew up baseball. And when I was 14 years old, my foster father, rest his soul, good man. If it wasn't for him, I would probably, not be on YouTube. And I probably, hate to say this, but I don't know what my life would have been. And also the help of the original John Jay, which I carry that name because of my grandfather. Good people who helped me out. And they told me, you love sports. So I was his assistant from the age of 14. And I learned from him. I was an assistant coach from him. He was a really good coach, good man. People respected him. If it wasn't for him taking me in during a rough time in my patch, getting me into my job, I owe him a lot. Is there nepotism? I would say because he's my real father, but he was one of the closest things I would consider as a good man, great man, who gave me that opportunity. And I still busted my butt. I didn't say no. Because many people, I know him. Give me a job. I know him. No, it was hard, but because of him, people respected me, and people like, oh yeah, we know who he is. But I said no. I'm John Jay. I coach my butt off. I'm doing my part to do that. But he gave me the phone call. I owe him so much. I paid him back. You know, just like someone who. So I paid my dues. So overall, like, you know, I'm not saying, you know, nepotism is a bad thing, but there are people in the world, has nothing to do with football, that use it, you know, for like bad intention. So overall, like, you know, just like Brian Cope said, yeah, it makes the world go around. Some people do it and they bust their butts, and you know, they make a name for themselves. Others are like, I'm the son of Joe Montana, so you got to, you know, do this for me. So yeah.
I think it kind of evens out because
Um,
all those people that get hired have friends, you know what I mean? And then they help other friends out. And then if it was that much of a big deal, there would be no jobs in the newspaper and, you know, on Indeed and all that stuff. But John Jay, are you saying that Larry Fitzgerald slept with Izzo?
What?
You know, Minnesota Vikings. You guys know the song? Isn't that Izzo? Somebody gotta
No,
know it.
no.
If you everybody on the Minnesota Vikings, you don't know the song?
Nah, I don't know.
Oh, ruined a good joke.
David Maynard,
Yo,
this question I asked earlier. Do you think our defense is gonna have a falling out? Do you see the 49 defense having a falling out?
taking a step back type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we had the number one defense last season, and you know, Nick Bosa, who's to say he's going to get worse? You know, he's probably going to be. I see him getting better, and then you know we have Hargrave, and that's going to be huge having him and Nick Bosa side by side. I mean, you can't. They're going to have to dedicate three offensive linemen, a tight end, and maybe even a running back over there to stop those two. So that's going to help out the rest of our defense. Then we have Steve Wilkes coming in, the defensive backs coach. And that's going to make our defensive backs better. Our front seven's good. We all know our front seven's good. So I could see us being top three, you know, because of our schedule and who we play. We're playing tougher teams this next season versus last season. So I could see us taking a step back because of that. But I honestly think that our defense is going to play better down the stretch.
So you think Hargrave's going to play next to Bosa and kick Armstead over?
I think so. I mean, that would just be the thing to do, because that would just destroy, you know, the blind side of the quarterback. It would just destroy. I mean, the guy would either be getting sacked or he'd be squirting out of the pocket to the right to hopefully into Drake Jackson or Armstead's arms, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
Corey.
When is
I was going to ask you, what did Gator taste like?
Yeah, I was going to too. Don't say. I want you to say it's not like chicken.
Yeah, if it tastes like chicken, I don't believe you.
Hold on, let me, before I get to that. When do the schedule come out?
Thursday.
On the 11th.
Okay. Yes. Gator does taste like chicken. It's just a little tougher.
That is true.
A little tougher.
Tastes like chicken.
It's a little tougher, but it tastes like chicken.
You think
So did they buy it?
Rattlesnake tastes like chicken too, but it's like really tender.
Rattlesnake? Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I could never try anything like that.
Hey, my Boy Scout teacher when I was a kid was hardcore. All right, hardcore. It was like he was. I think he was actually a drill sergeant in the military at some point.
You
Oh,
boys,
wait, I remember this story, David McDiner. You told me this story on YTC stream a year ago.
Yep.
So do you put any kind of sauce on it or anything? Dip it in anything?
Nope.
Barbecue? Nothing?
No, we just cooked it on a stick over a fire. That's what we had. And I mean, it was moist. You know, just don't overcook it. Some of it was overcooked and it would become tough, but it was moist and it literally tasted like chicken. Texture was really close and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So David McNiner. Well, we went earlier. Me, John Jay, and Nova Sports and David Corona went earlier and said, "What game against the Niners might be a primetime game?"
The Eagles. The Eagles and the 49ers. Oh, yeah. If they don't do prime time on that, they're crazy.
And the Cowboys.
Yeah, that'd be a good one too.
I think that
And
would
the Bengals.
I would the perfect storm would be to beat the Cowboys. You know, that'd be 3 years in a row, and then face them in the playoffs and beat them again. That would be the perfect storm.
4 in a row.
That would be 4 in a row at that point.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I don't really understand.
I'd be walking around in my Niner gear, looking at all the Cowboys fans, like, "Yep."
They have the head down. They have the head down.
Do you live around a lot of Cowboy fans?
In Utah, the NFL fan base is very diverse. There's everything here.
Okay.
The Seahawks didn't really. I mean, you didn't see many Seahawk fans until the Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll era. You know, bandwagon.
Yep.
But I do know two guys that were Seahawk fans before that. So and they went all the way back to AFC. They were, you know, fans of the Seahawks back then. So
You know, I don't really understand how this flexing thing works, but I don't think it's fair to not only the players, but I don't think it's fair to how does that work when you flex it like a week before? What if you've already bought your ticket? I mean, you got all your plans. I don't understand how they should do that.
So basically, the flex rule has existed for a while. It's just that because the Niners, were not good for a very long time. We've never had reasons for our games to be flexed, but for I think all of us, we're old enough to.
What does that mean? Cancel?
No, not cancel.
We've had games flexed last year and the year prior to that. When we get to the year that Jimmy was on and off, and we made it to the Super Bowl, then the NFC Championship game, where he was having his thumb injury and Tart dropped the ball. That was a flex season. We had a couple games that was flexing that season. So it gets to a certain point. What they do with the flex games is if your team's hot, they play you. But if you're not hot at that moment, they'll flex you. It doesn't mean that you don't have a bad season or a good season, but later on, you can still make the playoffs. And right there, if it doesn't seem like it's going to be a high-rated television program, they'll flex you.
No, so this is the flex rule again. Say, all right. So a great example in 2019. In 2019, we had a three-game stretch where we played the Packers, we played the New Orleans Saints, and we played the Ravens. They flexed our game with the Packers, and then in the Ravens game, they were gonna flex it, but they already flexed another game, so they could not flex us. So they were saying, "Hey, maybe flex the game in to a 4 o'clock game," and the league said no. Then they said flex the New Orleans game because both those teams were hot. That was a big stretch. So when it comes to flexing games, you can only get so much, and I think you can't go more than twice a year. So that's how the flexing game is. So for an example, if a team starts the year and the NFL thinks, all right, they're going to be an 8-8 team, and one of the teams that they're playing is another 8-8 team. Say they collide and they're both undefeated. Say week 10, they're both 10-0, and their game was supposed to be a 10 o'clock game or a morning game. They're going to flex it to a night game on Sunday night because nobody wants to watch. Say the two teams that were supposed to play are both 0-10, so you have to change that because who wants to watch two 0-10 teams unless you're fans of those two teams? So that's how the flexing game works. It's so stupid, but it makes a lot of sense because last year Miami and the Chargers were supposed to play, but then they moved it because the Patriots and another team were god awful. So that's how the flexing game is.
And like us with the Cowboys too, remember?
Well, the Cowboys always get primetime games because the NFL's biased towards that team. They're the only team that wears the same uniforms in the road and home.
So between week 5 and 10, between weeks 5 and 10, it can be flexed twice. So they can opt to take you out one or two times between week 5 and 10. Between weeks 11 and 17, they can move you in and out of Sunday Night Football. So there's two different rules. So
is this the new rule?
That's what I just Googled right now. So it sounds like they have two different rules for games. And what I was going to say before Googling anything is if you're supposed to be the game of the week, like Fox 40 game of the week, right? You know, the 49ers are playing at 4:00 or 1:00. That's the game of the week, right? The national televised game of the week. Unless it's in your region, right? You know, some region areas are going to change the television. But for the most part, the national, the whole nation's going to watch this game, right? That game, again, can be changed week 5 to 10 twice. So if the game is set, the week's going to come out this week, the schedule for on Thursday's coming out, if everything's correct, they can do that only between 5 and week 10 and switch it up. If, like John's saying, they get a team that really is like 0-9 and 0-9 or 0-5 and 0-5 going up against each other. But if they get to a certain point, they're not going to be swapping games. They kind of got to eat it. So that's why I think there is a big narrative of trying to keep all these games and all these teams at 500. So, Steve, you might not be winning a bunch of bets, man.
Mm-hmm.
I win $3,000 every year. It's my part-time job.
Oh, $3,000 a year. Per NFL season, that's not that bad.
Yeah, that's only NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I take my losses though.
There's a guy. He's a Mets fan, and he's an electrician, but he does really well the every day. With basketball, baseball, football, soccer. I don't know how he does it with like the golf and stuff, but he does really well. And I said, dude, I need your accountant. I'm like, I need your accountant.
Mm-hmm. David Midnighter and Brian Cup. Do you think one of the games against Seattle is going to be a primetime game?
I think it kind of depends on how Seattle's doing and when we play them. They started out last year kind of cold, and then they got hot at one point. And they went back to, cold during the playoffs. But where's Joe Stevens at? But yeah, I think if we're doing good, we should have a put there, and they're doing good. It should be a primetime game. Might even be flexed. We'll see.
So I'm looking at the road games because the home games are all, here is 1 p.m. So the Eagles is a team that's in the East, but I think they're going to put that game on prime time, or they might do a late afternoon in Philadelphia because the Eagles made it to the Super Bowl and the Niners made it to the NFC Championship game. I think playing the Commanders, it will be a 10 o'clock in the morning game. So, again, I'm just looking at the teams from the East. So, between Philadelphia, one game is going to be like a late game, and the other game, because the Commanders were not really good. The Minnesota Vikings, I don't know what's gonna happen with this game. This could be like a game where they say, hey, let's do the local region like around the 1 o'clock time, so it'll probably be a 10 a.m. game. Cleveland, that probably is gonna be a morning game for us. The Pittsburgh Steelers could be like a game where they could do like a 4 o'clock because the Pittsburgh Steelers, are a good team. The Niners are a good team. And this is the game that I want to know what's going to happen because the Jacksonville Jaguars, their owner, I don't know why he did this because he loves to, says, we're not going to Europe this year. He says, we're not going to go to London for whatever the reason. Now, I don't know if he did that to like stir up the media to make us like think, but Jacksonville says that they're going to play all their home games at home. So if we're going to play hypothetically what some people are saying, we might lose a home game. And I don't think that they're going to do that to the Niners. So with that information out there, I don't think we're going to play a game in Europe because do Niner fans want to lose one home game? No. And that's the only reason why they made this 17th game. So they could put more games in Europe because many teams were like, hey, we don't want to lose a home game. We don't want to lose a home game because then everybody's like, we're only going to have 7 games. So I think that's one of the reasons why they did the 17 game schedule because the Packers are basically not allowed to play in London. Well, they did, but I think they were the road team. But
So,
the NFL
hey,
has a rule that Green Bay has a 50-year like ticket, like basically a window of 50 years where all those tickets for 50 years, all those people who bought tickets have to go to that game. And I spoke to those Green Bay Packers people. They said it's the weirdest situation when it comes to Green Bay. So that's why it's so confusing. All this dumb. Well, I try my best not to like kill myself thinking about the Packers and their tickets stuff.
so I don't know where you read that. I'm not saying that you didn't read that, but what I understand is they won't be playing 2 games there this year. They still might be playing 1 game, but 2 games is out of the question. I believe they're still going to try to push for that. And I think you're right with the 17 games. And if you think about it, we went back and we were talking about, like maybe even during the season last year about potentially the the NFL expanding and maybe putting a team in Japan or Brazil or another team in Germany or London. And I know you said like the Jaguar owner didn't want to do that, but with what you're just saying about them expanding to 17, maybe a team in Mexico makes sense. If they was to do that, like a Germany team, a Brazil team, a London team, a Japan team, a Mexico team, you could almost put those guys in their own division and then make teams throughout the league have to go and travel to play them or vice versa. And I think you might be onto something, John. I think they might be trying to use that 17th game to go international.
Yeah, because football is the only sport that there's 8. Well, basically every 2 years the conference gets an extra game. So 2 years ago the AFC, this year the NFC got that game, and the Cardinals were the home team. So we didn't lose none of our 9 games, but the Cardinals still had 8 games at Phoenix Stadium, whatever it's called, and they still played 8 games on the road. So Groucher Goodell was talking before the Super Bowl, and he said a lot of things that pissed off a lot of football fans. But the main thing he said was, we have 3 international cities in the next 5 years: Portugal, Spain, and Brazil. And then they asked him, why Brazil? He says that if we are looking for more games, which does not conflict with the time with the West Coast, and say we wanted a prime time game, Brazil makes sense because of the time difference. Brazil is the way it's shaped and how it looks like it's sort of like an extra hour like past the East Coast, so it wouldn't do anything for the fans in the West Coast who want to watch the game. So he said that Portugal, apparently that there's a lot of fans, from I don't know what team he says, but there's a big fan base in Portugal that loves one NFL team. Spain also has a favorite team, so that's why they're expanding there. So that's why, like, a lot of people hate the 17 game, but one person, who is in the NFL circle, who what's his name? What's his name? I forgot his name, but he said that uh maybe the 17th game has nothing to do with, like, every 2 years, the conference changes. Maybe what they want to do is from week 1 to week maybe 16, where they try to get like every team to play a game in Europe. So then you'll have like England, they conquered that market. They went to Germany. It did really well. Now Spain and Portugal. So
really quickly, I know you're on a roll, but is this the 2023 season or the 2024 season?
So basically, he said within the next 5 years. So I don't know.
No, but that's not the question. The question is this year, the 2023 season, and it's for whoever can answer this, or the 2024? Because I know, like, when I look up for the Super Bowl for like the 49ers, it says like 1994 season, but it was the 95 year they won the Super Bowl. So how is it worded this year? Is this the 2023 season, or are we looking at the 2024 season?
How about 2023?
It's 2023.
Yeah, it's the 2023 season.
So if it's the 2023 season, the Buffalo Bills, the Tennessee Titans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Kansas City Chiefs, and New England Patriots will each play international games this year in the 2023 regular season. I think the difference to this year is the Jaguars aren't playing 2 international games. But I definitely think, like we've talked about it before, I think the NFL is trying to expand to international games. And if you could get a game in Germany, England, Portugal, if you want, Brazil, Japan, I threw that out a couple times. That's 5 to 6 teams that you could have. That's almost a complete 4 teams make a division. So they could have a rotation. So I think we're leaning towards this, guys. Like it or not, we got a lot of fans that are in the UK. We got fans that are in Australia. So I think this is going to happen.
Okay, so I got to correct something. Last year, the Jacksonville Jaguars on week 8, the day before Halloween, October 30th, they played the Denver Broncos, and that was the only game they played in London. Okay, now they have never played 2 games because the league does not favor one team to play multiple games. They try to, like, have, all right, say they're going to have 4 weeks in the UK. They're going to have 8 different teams. So basically, so I want to make.
Are they trying to get, like, in 1 year, make all 30 teams go to Europe to make it even?
So, like, okay, so someone wrote an article on NFL.com like a few years ago, talking about how successful the international series, how the European, people, there are people from Italy, there are people from Germany, there are people from Finland, and there are even people from China that fly to England to watch the internationals, these international series. And so one thing is like, wait a second, we can't do like every 2 years a conference gets more games than the other conferences, because don't be surprised if one owner says, hey, it's not fair that they're getting that extra revenue. But anyway, let me just say this. They're saying maybe what they can do is like 10 weeks. Maybe they'll try like 8 weeks in a row, have 16 teams play there. They use that 17th game. It won't hurt nobody. So that 17th game is a neutral. It's neutral. So there's no home team. There's no away team. So I think if, like, the only way teams are going to play internationally is that if the league, just like each week, like we have 17 games, 18 weeks, push games to be over there. And there's a model that someone said how it can work. And there's also a model that features us 49ers because we have a Mexican population in the state, and Texas, which also has another Mexican, where Dallas, every 3 years, they play their division, one game in Mexico. And you can also have the Niners every 3 years play their team. And then that fourth year, the Cowboys and Niners play in Mexico. That's how you can make it work if they want games over there. And then in Europe, there are teams that like the Patriots. There are teams that like the Giants. There are teams that like, of course, Jacksonville. Designate 4 different, stations where they can play and have them, have some games like there. So there are ways that you can do this, but the only way they're going to do this is like you give us one designated game every year, and we will go to Europe once a year and help build the market. That's the only way they say it works, because other teams don't want to do that. But there are teams that are saying, you know what, we can go a week there. We could do like how they do the Super Bowl, promote it, get the fans, encouraged, do something for the week, and then they finish off with the game. But putting the team out there permanently, someone says give it 20 years and see how people feel in the next 20 years. But that's why people do not want a team out there. It makes no sense. But if you do that, then you can expand, and people in Italy, we want to watch NFL, or people in Finland, people in Spain and Portugal. Maybe you can find designated teams that will be willing to do that once a year. And you
can't say it makes no sense when there's been multiple games that's being played in Europe. Last year, my uncle went to Europe to go see the Green Bay Packers play in London last year. So you can't say it doesn't make sense. And with my idea and the thoughts that we've had over the last couple of months of talking about the same conversation, and then putting a home team in a different country, I don't care. One home team, I don't care. But you say one team, maybe one in London, one in Germany, one in Brazil, maybe one in Japan. That's 4 teams. You can make an international division where those teams have to come to the United States and play teams too. There's 17 games. You're going to tell me that every one of those teams have to go 17 times out of the year to go play? No, they're going to have 8 teams, 8 games, maybe 9 games max for a home game, right? And then if they win a playoff game, that's going to be really, if they even get to the playoffs, that's when it will be interesting, right? Because then will the playoffs be moved to an international venue? I don't know at that point. But the league is pushing for it. I don't like it, because this is the National Football League. It's the United States Football League, right? There's Canadian Football League. They have baseball in China and Japan. It's different. It's not the Major League Baseball. So I get it. That's why we have the Olympics. I'm not a big fan of this, but we have multiple fans that are in different parts of the world. Mexico, you've seen the turnout last year. You already know we have fans in Australia. They play rugby down there, but they love us as football, right? So I see it happening eventually, maybe not right away, but Thursday we should hopefully be able to find out what the schedule is, because if they can get everything together, but I've read reports that they're not going to be ready by Thursday. So hopefully somebody's helping somebody get their homework done, because I can't see how you could release half of the schedule and not release the whole schedule. And that's the thing too, is they released who's playing in Germany. They haven't released who's playing in Jacksonville, London yet, right? So I'm going to hold on. I think the Jaguars are playing in London this year. Whether it's a home game or away game, I don't think that really matters, because I think the people in London just like the Jaguars.
They don't like the Jaguars. They're more Packers. They're more Bear fans out there. They're Giants fans out there, and these are coming from the people that live over there. But I'm not going to say that the fans are liars out there, because I don't do that. I will say this to counter the argument. I'm not making stuff up. Like someone wrote this on NFL.com a few years ago, and they said this: there are ways to make the international thing work. Unfortunately, like they said, between now and 20 years, a team's not going to go out there. Maybe it will change. Maybe the younger fans not the older fans, maybe the younger fans, because they already changed baseball. I lost respect for the game this year, hate it. But the younger fans, they did that, and the commissioner, he's an idiot. But I think the younger fans are more different than the older fans, because the younger fans live in the more social media world. That's how the younger kids are. In 5 years, they'll be in high school. Some of them will be in college. They're the ones that be making that. Maybe the future athletes would be more inclined to live out in Europe. I just don't think that this generation right now of these players, and that's why I said there are ways to make the international series work. And I'm quoting from the article that maybe what they can do is that they continue the UK. There are 4 games out there. They can also branch out to maybe 2 more games in Germany. Maybe you can also branch out to Spain, 1 game in Spain, 1 game in Portugal, maybe a game in Brazil. Okay. And you can have a designated team for like 5 years, or maybe they pick a division. One team is always going to be the home team. They'll host their division. They'll be really fun. That's the best way. And that's how you slowly transition things. When you transition something, you don't go full in, because if you do that, you're basically going to be like this thing. Back to another thing that I want to bring up. How would it feel for 49er fans who have lived in the region and they've been able to watch the game for free? You start telling, hey, 49er fans, you got to do a pay-per-view model with Amazon. So 1 game, say the Niners play the Seahawks week 1, $5 a game. Next week, $5 a game. That's about $80 to watch football. But the commissioner wants to do that. When he heard the fans did not want it, he changed his mind. But he says that in the next 5 years, they're moving to a pay-per-view model. And the Super Bowl is going to be $100 to watch, like boxing. Welcome to the way things are. So nobody wants that to happen, but it's going to happen. Same thing with the international game. I'm not going to like it, but maybe in 10 years, the next generation will be more inclined to play maybe 20 weeks and play 19 games. But this generation, no. So I'm seeing what's going to happen to football. I don't like it. I hope the NFL is smart enough to not change anything and try to keep it as easy as possible. But I'm calling it right now that people.
I think there's ways.
Corey, when are we going to play on Mars?
I think there's ways they go about doing it. The Cleveland. Do you guys remember where the Rams came from? They originated in Cleveland, but they never played in LA. They played in Cleveland, right? That's where they originated at. Same thing with like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They weren't the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were the Los Angeles Buccaneers, but they never played in LA. They played closer to the region, like Chicago, and closer to the East Coast because there wasn't a bunch of teams in the West. So maybe with that idea of these international teams, maybe they're going to be playing closer to the United States, and maybe every once in a while, they'll have maybe like how we have with Youngstown, and how we have in Ohio, where we go back there and we have our spot where we hang out for a couple weeks in the season. Maybe these international games will find someplace like in Florida or Washington or maybe San Diego or something, where they can build a facility where that's where they are located throughout most of the season. But then when they do have to play an international game or a home game, that's when they go back to the UK or wherever. I think it could happen. I definitely think it can happen. I think it's going to happen because it's about money. It's just not necessarily what we want to happen, but we'll see. I think Thursday we'll find out who we're playing, and we can go from there.
Yeah. See,
Corey, when do you think we're going to play on Mars?
I would rather play on Mars than Europe. I'm just joking. That's a joke.
That'd be cool.
Sheesh.
How much is that going to cost? How much is that going to cost to watch?
Probably $1 million to fly out there.
99.
Like $5 million to watch the game. No.
I don't know.
That's how it's going already. Like NBA, Major League Baseball. If you want to watch those games, you have to really pay for them. You have to get cable. So the NFL is now what, Amazon Prime. I think last year there was like 3 or 4 different places you could watch it. ESPN, that's Monday Night Football. It used to be on Sunday Night Football. It used to be on NBC. It used to be free for people to watch. So if they want to, they're going to keep trying to pull pennies out of everybody's pocket. And it's not necessarily right, but that's the way the rest of these sport leagues are going. Cable is almost non-existent anymore. Now you have just a bunch of apps on everything, Netflix or Hulu or whatnot, and now we're going to have NFL on YouTube. So that's going to be interesting.
I know, but apparently I found out that you got to buy YouTube TV and then you got to get Sunday. And so apparently for 4 months, you got to pay about $480 for the NFL ticket. Now, my buddy who's been a Dish, and again, I don't know if he's telling the truth. Before, Sunday ticket was a big thing. It was on Dish or DirecTV, whatever, and he would pay about $50 for the whole season. And so I don't know if that's changed, but I called him. I said, "Hey, I don't need that YouTube TV. I'm paying." I think he says now he's like paying like almost $80, which is pretty good for. So that's not that bad for him, but. The YouTube TV, like once I found out the price, I said, first of all, I got Red Zone, so I'm good. I don't need that. I got Red Zone. So shout out to Red Zone. And I got grandfathered in with my cable provider, which is Sling TV. And I also get boxing, which I don't know if I'm going to do one on Saturday. Anyway, but I'm lucky that I got Red Zone, NFL Network. My buddy got Amazon, but I don't like Amazon, so I don't really watch Thursday Night Football.
YTC has a site that you can go on that you can stream anything for free. But see, I have one. I don't know if it's the same one as him, but I've been using one for 8 years because I'm not going to pay $60 to watch a freaking UFC fight and in 30 seconds. You know what I mean? Yeah. So and I watch everything, WrestleMania, anything that you have to pay for, like what's for free, and the site's legit. I've been and regular games too. So I don't even have any cable provider. Anything I want to watch, any sport that charges you, like it's all free. So like I don't pay anything.
I know, like in 2015, that's when basically Hulu TV, YouTube TV, Direct TV, and all those other things that provide cable was a thing called Sling Television, and you have to actually Google and try to find that because Xfinity is the only cable out here in my area. So screw that, anyway. And also, so I've had that since 2015, and in 2018 for 2 weeks they did a promo for existing customers. Personalize your plan for $30 and you get whatever you want. You can even add on the sports packages for free and one like of those like HBO, Showtime, that stuff. I said, I'm getting Showtime because they show all my favorite boxers on that network, and their promotions is pretty good. That company that does that boxing, and I got that locked up. So, and then I also got, I'm up to like 90 channels, and they also got a free category of like stuff. So I'm up to over 100. I'm paying $30. My internet's pretty cheap as well, so I'm fortunate that I did that. Because now they're up to like $50, and so yeah, so they're still the cheapest. Like they're better than YouTube TV, but the add-ons is the things that that they make you pay. So I got really lucky, and YTC, those websites that he gives me, again, I respect them, but. Nah, that stuff, that stuff can give you viruses on your computer.
Been doing it 8 years, no problems. I don't know if it's the same site, but
well, I met this dude from Washington. I don't know where he's doing, but he's a pro basketball trainer, so he works with like LeBron James, Steph Curry. He's a good dude. He's from Washington D.C. and he gave me a website where you sign up, you pay like $5, and there's no ads, there's no problems, and that's how he gets his like UFC. Boxing, WrestleMania, all that stuff, but you gotta pay like $5 to log in and create an account. So it's legit, but I'm good with it. So,
all right, everyone, I gotta go. You guys have a good night. See you guys next time.
All right,
Warriors, brother.
Later,
right,
Blue.
go
All
Niners.
right, Corona.
Lakers gonna win the series.
Whatever. Warriors, brother.
Lakers in 3.5.
And I'm not gonna lie, the Lakers are moving on. They're having a good Cinderella season. They had to get in that dumb play-in tournament, and I said they're gonna lose to Minnesota. I was wrong. I said they're gonna lose to
Hey.
Memphis. Well, actually, I knew they were gonna beat Memphis because Memphis is trash.
How many times did they beat the Warriors though in the regular season? Wasn't it 3-1?
Yeah, but we were hurt all those games. Like everybody was injured.
Oh, okay.
But I don't want to make like when it comes to basketball, like oh my god, I stopped watching basketball, but I coach basketball, and the way they play now is like I hate it. And also besides all that other BS that I talk with YTC, like if anyone loves the NBA, no disrespect, but the values that they have compared to the people that buy their merchandise, as a fan of NBA, you should stop. They really went a very disgusting, way. And that's all I'm going to say about that because I don't want to get to this Corey stream. That's for another time. And
Cool.
so,
Cool. David, say a hot take.
Yo.
Say a hot take. What do you think? How do you think the Niners? What do you think? It's a hot take. So your most exciting moment for the upcoming 49ers season? A blocked kick, scored for a touchdown, an interception, fumbled, like the fumble Ruski. Hot take. What is the most exciting moment you think the Niners might be able to make this year?
Pick 6 on Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, I like it.
Can we play Kansas City?
We will in the Super Bowl. We will in the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. I can't see him going back.
Okay.
It's Corey's turn.
So, Brian Cup, you never got to answer my question. I said, what team do you see as playing prime time this season?
Well, if the Jaguars are in London, I think we might play them. I kind of feel the Cowboy game is going to just be like the game of the week, that like 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock game. I'm not the biggest believer in the Cincinnati Bengals. I think that game could get like 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock game. I would actually I would think the Eagles, if we somehow play the Eagles week 1 of the season, I think we might end up playing Sunday night or Monday night against the Eagles. So I'm gonna say at least the Eagles. That would be my last dollar in my pocket bet.
Okay. Now, who do you think is going to be our first game opponent? Is it going to be a away game or a home game?
I think it's going to be the Eagles. I think that's going to be our first game.
That'll be a away game then.
Yep, it's going to be a away game. And the way the Niners schedule usually is we play 2 to 3 games on away. I think our first home game usually is a night game. So we could play like the Cowboys at night, but I think our first game is going to be the Eagles. It's just too hot in Santa Clara. They keep on having to pass out water, and you guys know how expensive water is. They don't want to give free water out in the stadium because they decided not to build a dome.
I wouldn't want a dome either.
I wouldn't want a dome either, but they can't do anything for a canopy like how Miami has anything. Like they have a square where it gives some shade to the fans, but because we're so close to San Jose, they can't do anything. It's the airport.
What do you think, David McNiner? Who's going to be our first opponent? Is it going to be a away game or home game?
I honestly look at the Philadelphia Eagles and think that's a possibility. But, I mean, I honestly think it's going to be like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, or it's going to be something stupid. I don't know if we play Tampa Bay at home or away, though. I'd have to look at the list. I think we play at Tampa Bay.
Okay.
I don't know.
I didn't print out that page.
All right. Yeah,
John Jay.
let's see. We're playing Tampa Bay here at home. Okay. Oh, so who
Okay.
do I think we're gonna play? All right. So I love these games. I love guessing. So last year we played the Bears, that famous game that it rained. So I have two options. Option number one, we're either gonna play on the road with a divisional rival, and I'm gonna say the Arizona Cardinals. Okay. But realistically, I'm gonna say a crazy team, and it's hard for me because there's some teams. I'm gonna stick to my guts, and I'm gonna say we're gonna play the Minnesota Vikings on the road.
Okay.
So really quickly, we play the Vikings and the Jaguars, Washington Commanders, the Eagles, and Pittsburgh on the road. You guys already know our opponents, our division. We play them on the road too. So Jaguars is a possibility. Minnesota is a possibility for a late game if it's an away game. The Eagles is definitely a possibility. I think the Eagles is going to be the most anticipated game of the year, at least for 49er fans.
You already said your answer.
I know, but I'm reading out our opponents. So out of the four, Pittsburgh, Minnesota. Well, there's five: Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Jacksonville, Eagles, and Washington. Those are your options for the away game.
Let's see.
I'll tell you something. I want to see Trent Balk cry. I
Yeah.
want to destroy the Jaguars so bad.
No. That's not how you say it.
I hate how they move the teams from the division teams to the end of the year to make it more interesting. It kind of pisses me off, but
I know, the NFL that they never mind. I'll keep
but
that.
I'm gonna go with either the I don't know. I want Eagles week 1, but if I personally think, because everybody's made a big deal about if Purdy was in, you wouldn't have won. So I think that if the schedule comes out and we're playing the Eagles week 1, which I want, Purdy's playing week 1. If he's not ready, then it'll be a later game. So I'm gonna take the Eagles off the board for now. I mean, it depends. If they would say week 1, then I'll go with it. But I'll go the Giants week 1.
Ooh,
That's a home game.
Ooh.
That's a home game.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. I did it backwards, didn't I? All right. I'll go Arizona then.
Arizona on the road. That's actually a good guess because Arizona is going to be hot, but it'll be cooler at that time. So then if we play Arizona later, like in December or something, in Santa Clara, that's actually a really good thought right there. I really like that.
I know in 2019 and 2020 we finished the season with the Seahawks. In 2021 we played against the Rams the final game, and then this year it was a meaningless game. We played the Cardinals. So,
well, it seems like almost every other year we're finishing with either the Cardinals, the Rams, or the Seahawks. And
so call me crazy, and the way my mind thinks, it's never there. But when it comes to this stuff, I'm very focused. The Seahawks, week 18 at Seattle, could be something very special, but they'll probably put the Rams, because that rivalry. But yeah, I'm just going back to the last 4 years. We played the Seahawks at the end of the year twice, the Rams at the end of the year, and then we played the Cardinals. And one of the things that we do against the Cardinals, we do play them early, like in recent memories. I remember in 2021, we played the Cardinals twice in a 3-week period. That was very, confusing. So that's why if they do give us a division, I got the Cardinals week 1, and that's something that that's something that tells me like it's like you just like when you're taking a test, C is like usually 70% right out of most tests. So I go with the Niners, and the C letter is telling me Cardinals could be there, and we probably will play the Seahawks at the end of the year. So
Plus, we've already seen the Rams 3 times.
I know,
the Seattle 3 times. So those crappy teams, they're going to want to get out of the way early and see if they're going to be good. Maybe.
Well, also the reason why, because I remember when Roger Goodell says where, like, I want to put the division teams at the end of the year so the teams can actually like play. Because say you have a team that's won the division and you have a team that's number 4 in the division, they got nothing to play for. In his mind, he says that like the Niners we're going to the playoffs and the Cardinals weren't, and you could tell the Cardinals like after that one play where AJ Green caught the touchdown, it was just like boring to watch. But you had to play the game, so that's why I think if you want that competition, what Roger Goodell wants, you put the Seahawks, because the Seahawks are the only team, in my opinion, that could challenge us. The Rams, I think, they could be a 500 team. I don't think they'll do really well this year. And the Cardinals, Kyler Murray's going to be out till at least week 7. And even if he comes back, how well is he going to be? Okay. Hopkins somehow made it. I don't know if they're going to trade him mid-season, but he doesn't want to be there anymore. Buda Baker doesn't want to be there anymore. So.
Well, AZ Sports played a video where Hopkins at his training he said, "I'm working hard." Who said didn't want to be with the Arizona Cardinals?
Yeah,
he denied it.
Yeah, that's true. I heard that.
He denied it. That report that he did not want to be there.
Who wants to uproot their whole family?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is Cincinnati game? Is it a home game or away game?
Home
game.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is gonna be our first starting playing a home game. It's gonna be a Cincinnati Bengals.
I think they would keep it because that's gonna be a really good game. I think all the really good games are gonna be towards after mid-season, but
yeah,
I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Well, like at the end of the day, like the NFL, they're the ones that gotta, make the schedule.
Yep.
Jeez. Yep. Matt Mayoko, I don't know, yesterday said that the Niners are not playing any international games. But after Matt Mayoko said, that Sam Darnold, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Again, I don't hate Sam Darnold. It's just like, I don't know why he said that. Some people say, oh, Frank Gore said it first, and then you never mind. Like, I wish I could actually express myself, but I got to tell myself, no, John, this is not your real family or your friends, because they would not understand, because they'll think that you're a little bit, yeah.
Okay, another question. What is the odds of Trey Lance? What is the odds of Trey Lance? Okay, let me go like this. 2023 NFL MVP odds Trey Lance about ahead of 49ers teammate Brock Purdy.
That's simple. A month and a half ago, dude. Corey, if I don't know you had questions to ask everybody, we should keep it to 2 minutes. My bad. It was 3,000 to 1 for Purdy and Brock about a month and a half ago. Last I checked. Now it's 2,500 for Lance and 3,000 for Purdy. So, but they were even a month and a half ago because I said it on somebody's stream because I looked at all that stuff. That early stuff is easy money.
What you think, Brian?
I think he's left.
Sorry, I have to go back and forth. I got the little girls and they're playing with me. They're asking me to do stuff, so I was like, I gotta mute my mic real quick. So I heard about some numbers that Steve-O was saying, but I didn't quite hear the whole question. It was something about Trey Lance, right?
Yeah, what's the odds of Trey Lance beating out Brock Purdy?
Oh, you didn't mean the betting odds?
No.
Oh my!
He said, hey, let's bet who will start week 1. Trey Lance.
I was talking about sportsbooks bet the numbers. My bad.
Okay. Total feelings aside, who I want to start or who I don't want to start or who I believe in, or that's all out the window, right? So just to answer straight your question, Trey Lance should be the starter unless he doesn't beat Sam Darnold. So Trey Lance should be the week 1 starter and Sam Darnold should be the backup. Sometime during the season, Brock Purdy will come in and start throwing. And the only reason he'll unseat Trey Lance is depending on his play on the field. If Trey Lance comes out and has a really bad game, for whatever reason, they have to put Sam Darnold in. That's the only reason Sam Darnold will replace Trey Lance for an injury or the dude throws too many interceptions in one half. But for the most part, Trey Lance is going to be the starter, I believe, fully. I don't see there not being a reason for it unless, again, Sam Darnold beats him out in mini camp, or training camp. But as far as Brock Purdy, I don't see the Niners pushing him to come back week 1 or forcing him or rushing him. Maybe his agent or maybe, fans are trying to push him to start week 1. But I don't see the Niners anticipating him starting week 1 at all, unless they trade Trey Lance. So
you must have heard the same thing I heard earlier about that question somebody asked about, is this agent going to push him? Man, get out of here with that crap. His agent has nothing to do with his health. You know what I mean?
Really,
his agent has nothing to do if he comes back or not. Not a damn thing. His agent is in charge of him signing a contract. Nothing to do with, giving him advice about coming back early or not. That's just total BS.
Well, it is BS, but it's BS for the mentality, right? Like, dude, you need to get back out there. You need to get back out there. You might make more money. But if the agent's really thinking about the guy's health, he's going to say, no, you'd be better maybe if you heal up. But at a certain point, like if you're healthy enough to play, because we all know you have nicks and pains throughout the season. Everybody, they go through something where they're not feeling completely 100%. And I don't think there's any football player that's played the whole season and been like, hey, I am 100% at the end of the season. They didn't play a lot, right? So with an agent coming out and saying, yeah, you should play or something, he's trying to get money for his agent, his player. He's trying to get money for himself as well. It's not necessarily right. It's not. But
his agent isn't his dad. His agent isn't his dad.
Sorry, Steve. What I don't think is right is like you and me both have the same agent. That's not right. I don't think that's right at all. I mean, you could go get another agent. You should have. There's how many different NFL players in the league? They should all have their own agent. Oh, you're doing better than me. I need to get a different agent. Okay, I fire you and I'm going to get a different agent. You're not the agent. And now you're not anyone else's agent until they release their agent. Then they can go back into the, agent pool and get you. Like if you want to be Jerry Maguire, okay, you got fired. Now you're going back into the free agent pool. But I just don't see it being right where you can have multiple players on one team that are all trying to start and compete for the starting position, and you're trying to get them all a better contract, but they're all working against each other. That's not team mentality. That's not right. So that's my thought on that.
But it is the way it is, though, and
yeah.
There's always guys that all have the same agent. And I don't know if that agent, it's his job to do his best for his client, no matter who his client is and what position they're in. And I don't think I remember a case where an agent said, "All right, I know this guy's going to make more money than this guy, so we're gonna." I've never heard of anything like that happening, but we never know what happens behind the scenes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So like last year, there were several players that were signed for different things, right? They got the highest paid at this portion of the position. Like I'm the highest player paid at this position. Well, then the next one, well, I'm the highest paid player and I've caught this many touchdowns. So I'm going to get just a little bit more money. And it's the same position. So like last year, there was an agent and he had three different players. They were wide receivers. And each one of them it was Debo's wide receiver, Debo's agent. And each one,
AJ Brown.
yeah, each one of them got the highest paid at a certain position. So was he able to, like maneuver and say, Debo, do you want to be the highest paid player right now? And then go to the next guy and say, do you want to be like and just say it in a different way where like, okay, at a certain point, like I agree with what you're saying, David, but I just think they should have more agents. There should be more options. Like
So
you want to
I
sell
remember what you're talking about, Bryant. He was DK Metcalf,
Yeah.
Debo, and AJ Brown's agent.
I know. So this is the thing. Debo got the contract last. So AJ Brown got traded, and the Eagles gave him 4 years, $100 million contract. So if you go by the cap wise, he made more money than Metcalf and Debo. Metcalf gets a deal. Debo gets a deal 3 days later. Metcalf doesn't get the 25, but he gets a good deal. Then Debo gets his contract. It's structured in a way where Debo's technically not making any real money, but cap wise, Debo, like if you think about it, he was the last receiver. He should have got $25 million. So whatever the situation is, at the end of the day, they got the same agents. Now, I'm probably the only person on this panel that thinks agents should be abolished in every sport. They don't have the interest of the player. They do not care. I want to bring up this To and all the big names have that guy Rosenhaus. He is a shark. You want to know what the hell he said about Jalen Carter? He says, if you're the number 11th pick, you're not talking to my player. If you're the number 12th pick, you're not talking about this dude is a shark. And he says he's going to be drafted number 1 overall. So if whoever the number 1 pick, the team was, I forgot. It's been a couple of weeks. If you don't take my player, then the number 2 team will pick him up. He's a shark. I hate that guy. And he was the one that made a big deal. And I heard some guys on content creators talking about, man, I hate this player. And the reason why he fell down was because of that legal thing. It is what it is. But I hate agents. I really do. I do think that the players need to be protected. It's just unfortunate that the union sides with the NFL. And that's why I hate the union as well. The NFL does not give a damn. The unions don't give a damn because they're the ones who's like, we'll give you more money, players. Give us that extra game. Give us that extra game. So that's why I hate how we take care of our players. I like Big Mac. I got to have him on my show. Big Mac told me a month ago that he knew an NFL player who was exploited by the NFL and the PA. And his agent also took all his money. So I would like to try to get Big Mac on my sports, have that dude come up to me and they would validate my point. I do agree players need to be protected, but screw the agents. Has nothing to do with the game of football. If you're a dude if you're a dude in a suit and you're living off a boy, because like these are our kids, they're 21, 22, they're young, and we like spit at them, we disrespect them, we have no compassion, our fan base, on these players. And as a person who played sports, it really pisses me off how we treat the players that are on our team. So
hey, John, what color is your collar? And I'm talking like, what color is your collar? Do you have a blue collar when you go to work? Or are you a white collar guy? Or are you able to wear different color T-shirts at work? Because most blue collar guys, they work hard. And I'm not saying that you have to work hard and that's what the key is. But a lot of blue collar guys are union guys. So when you have a union, you know, it's like a family. You know, people look out for you and they stand up for you, so you don't get screwed. The little guys don't get screwed. So again, if you, that's the thoughts that you don't want to have a union, then what I just said about every player having an individual agent and not being able to have multiple agents for multiple players would make sense in your mentality, because you don't have a union. You don't have like one guy going to like, you don't have 20 guys going to one guy and saying, I need money, I need to get paid. You got one guy looking out for one guy because that's his bread and butter. It's not one guy looking out and saying, I want the best player in the draft because I just want to have the best player underneath my contract. I want all the top guys. So again, like if you believe in unions and you believe in blue collar kind of guys and stuff like that, I think the NFL does need to become a little bit more humble, because we were built off of blue collar guys. We were built off of people like Johnny Unitas, bricklayers, and players that had two jobs. And this league isn't what it is now because we're overpaying these players to run out and catch a ball. And these are young men, like you said, 22, 23. Oh, I think what, Trey turned 23 today. So I mean, like, we're giving millions of dollars to players that aren't capable of handling this. We're giving too much money to people who aren't able to make their own decisions. So if you eliminate the players altogether, or the agents altogether, then the players have nobody to rely on. They have nobody to go back and say, am I making the best financial decision for me later on in my life? So you have to have somebody that these guys can go back besides their mom and their dad.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have somebody. So an agent is a good thing. I think we should get away from maybe having multiple agents, or maybe an agent should only have so many people he's looking for. Because like we all know the movie, Jerry Maguire, Show Me the Money. We all want that agent, the agent that cares about us, right? He wants to be our exclusive agent, whether we're making money or not, because he believes in us. So shout out to Big Mac, because I believe in him too. He's a great guy. But I think that's where we're gonna be heading to is like Richard Sherman. He didn't have an agent because he's smart enough not to have an agent. Or was he smart enough when he first came out of college? I'm not going to say he wasn't smart enough, but he definitely learned a lot during that time he was playing. So when he did come to the 49ers, he was able to negotiate his own contract, and then moving forward from there to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or whatnot. But I think it depends on the player. But when you draft players that are 20 years old, you got to kind of like raise them, right? You know, not everybody should be a dad, and no owner of a company should be a dad. But if you're drafting these guys that are too young, because now look at our quarterbacks, we got 5 quarterbacks on our team, or 5 guys in camp, and Trey Lance is still the youngest guy. That's not a crack at him, but that's just one of those things. If you're not old enough to drive, there's a reason for that. You know, there's laws. So if you're old enough to play football and quarterback, okay, let's see it happen. And I'm not saying he's not smart enough to do it. I'm not saying his bad luck or anything that's happened is his fault. But you have to, you know, like when you're a franchise, you can't give these guys breaks. You have to kind of look at them and be like, hey, you're just a player. 20, 25, 30 years old. If you can't run fast enough, I'm cutting you. Sorry, I like you as a person, but there's no love lost. You're here to make money for this team.
You know, these shout out to Big Mac Sports. One thing about, he invited me to his show, but like he told me that he's got a friend that he plays basketball with at the gym, and he's buddies with Jimmy Ward. And he said, yeah, Jimmy Ward's coming back. So when he didn't, I hit him up and I was like, hey, you know, what happened with that? He's like, I don't know. I haven't seen that guy in the gym yet ever since. So you got to take what you hear worth, and who knows if he really knows him. But I mean, like the agents aren't fiending for money. You know what I mean? Like Brock Purdy has 3 years left on his deal. So his agent isn't going to be like, you need to go back and you can't miss these 4 games because it might cost you a couple $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, or maybe 1 game or 2 games, whatever it is. Like these agents already have a ton of money. And if I hire an agent, what am I hiring you to do? I'm hiring you to make the most money I can. So I do think that the agents do have the best interest in the player, because if you hire a top agent, I want top money. If you hire a mid-quarter agent, I mean, you want mid-money. The only people that have problems with agents and fire them are the ones that can't get a deal done because, like, you think your worth is more than the agent thinks your worth is worth.
So I'm a huge boxing fan. Boxing, they need agents. Okay. If you're not a boxing fan, you don't understand this. Boxing is prize fighting. Prize fighting. You basically take the fight, whichever promoter. So basically, for an example, Floyd Mayweather did something radical that has changed boxing, and that's why you have so many padded boxers, because a lot of promoters, they don't want their top guys to lose that zero, because Floyd Mayweather was a great boxer. So what did he do with his promoter? He took out a $750,000 loan, so basically $750,000, paid him off. Bye bye. But because he was Floyd Mayweather and he accomplished, he got a guy, which is the CEO of Mayweather Promotions. I think his name is Ellerby, and under his rule as the CEO of this company, which is Mayweather, he's been able to expand, and they've been able to do great things. And they sold out the Las Vegas, that MGM Grand and other big market venues against big fighters. Mayweather gets a $35 million payout when he used to be fighting. When Mayweather had a promoter, he was making about $500,000, $200,000, $100,000. Okay. From that to not having a promoter and how he did it. But when you look at the rest of the boxers who are really good, they're still making the same thing: $100,000, $50,000, $200,000. Okay, if you're not Canelo Alvarez, you're not making $30 million per fight. There are sports managing firms that are popping up in the U.S. and they're firms. Basically, they're legal people. They know contracts. They know how deal with court stuff. So they can read languages, and they don't profit off the players because they work and they get paid by commission with their other cases. The agents that I do not like is like that guy Rosenhaus. He has a mansion in Florida, and I think he has like 5 athletes where he's making about over $200 million from those players. Who are the players that he has? The Josh Allens, the Aaron Rodgers. He had T.O. at one point where he got him a big deal with Philadelphia and then the Cowboys. Those are the agents I don't like. Now let's talk about unions. Someone brought up unions. The NFL union, one thing that I'm not a fan of, I'm not saying we had to abolish the union. I do think that we got to fire the union rep or the president who runs that and put somebody else there, because they've been trying to vote him out for years. And he does not have the interest of the player. He basically lowballs the players, gives them as much as he can, but make sure he doesn't, screw the NFL. So if the NFL was a transparent league, we would have more players instead of going to they go to the combine and there's these like let's call them loan sharks, because that's what they are. They just call them loan sharks. And they try to profit off these players. Of course, Brock Purdy, who was drafted Mr. Irrelevant, he was never going to get the big money. But his agent was like, oh, look what Brock Purdy did. Led the team to the NFC Championship game. He got hurt. He's playing for the Niners. If he has some good years, he can I see dollar signs. So, and again, I don't know who Brock Purdy's agent is, but at the end of the day, we need good agents, not bad agents. We need a union, not this union, and we need the NFL to be more transparent. Will that happen? That's the problem that I have with the NFL. And also, last but not least, players in the NFL don't get fully guaranteed money. Why are contracts structured the way they are? So you can say this, Debo's making $23.5 million. It's not fair. Technically, he was still on his rookie deal. Next year, his base salary, where the Niners are going to pay him, I don't know if they get checks like us, like normal people. He's going to get about over $1 million of a paid salary. And if he wants to get up to that $23.5 million, he's got to do other things as well. So,
hey, Corey, I apologize. The question was about Purdy and Lance, and it's been about agent for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay, so to answer Corey's question, I think Trey Lance is going to be the starter. I don't know if Purdy's even going to be ready and in NFL shape week 1. You know, even if he's fully recovered, he still has to get himself back in game shape. So when it comes down to it, I don't see the guy that sees ghosts starting. I just don't see that happening. You know, and the whole narrative of, you know, Kyle saying that he's going to split first team reps or he's going to give some to Darnold, that's just to have him ready to go in. We all saw Josh Johnson and how he wasn't prepared. We all saw that. And so did Kyle. So he doesn't want that to happen again.
Okay.
and saying for me, I've been saying this for a while now. Trey Lance will start week 1, and we'll see how many games he plays. Okay, if Brock Purdy is the guy, like what everyone is saying, when Brock Purdy comes back, say he comes back week 4, week 5, Trey is done, and then you know they got their guy Brock Purdy, but Trey will start week 1. If Trey Lance plays well, and they're winning, and they're doing really well,
He stays.
you go with them, you know, as long as you can. And if he makes it through the year, and we go to the playoffs, like we have a good quarterback, you know, issue. Like you can say whatever you want about Jimmy, you can say whatever you want about, you know, Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. We got a good quarterback situation because we drafted Trey Lance to be the future. He still has a chance to prove himself. And we got this guy that came out of nowhere, drafted 7th round, 260, 262. Looks like he's really good. So
Mr. Irrelevant.
yeah, so I'm happy that we have a good quarterback room. We have young guys that we can build for many years to come. So I'm not worried if Brock Purdy comes back week 1 and he's good, and then he, you know, breaks records and has a good year, or Trey Lance starts. I don't care, because for the first time in a long time, I don't care about the quarterback room.
Yep. I'm just going to root for the person that on a center.
Yep. Yeah.
If it's Trey Lance, I hope he does good. I want him to win the job.
Yeah. Like, and also, I want to point this out. Like, I hate the notion where some people are like, I want Trey to fail, or I want Purdy to fail. If you want them to fail, it means that you guys want to lose football games. So I don't know why people get so angry. We're like, I want Brock Purdy to fail so Trey can play. Or I want Trey Lance to fail so Brock, like.
Have you got to a point? Has anyone on the panel got to a point where they don't want to hear Trey Lance's name, Brock Purdy's name, Jimmy Garoppolo's name, or any of those 49er quarterbacks? I mean, like, if our team is so good, we just need to plug and play. Has anybody got to the point where they just want to close their eyes and hear that the 49ers are playing and don't care who the quarterback is? Because I'm at that point right now. I don't care if it's Trey or Brock or Jock or Steve or Elvis. I really don't care who it is. I just want the Niners to play football and win. And at this point, if we have almost every other position at the highest paid position, you know, player available, except a quarterback, I just want to see them win. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear any racial thing about this guy's not playing because of his color, or this guy's not tall enough and that's why he's not good enough. I don't want to. I don't want to hear anything. I just want to hear the best players available is playing. And I'm at a point where I'm like, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Steven Montez, you know, Brandon Allen, Clayton Thornton. I mean, let's go, right? How does Joe Stevens say it? Let's ride. Let's ride. You know, I mean, like,
that's why I said I was taking a few weeks off, which I forgot about apparently. Because last year I was the only one. You guys probably didn't know me much. Maybe you see me in chats, but I never took a side of the Jimmy G, whatever, the quarterback thing. I never said anything except for if I seen somebody skewing stats one-sided, I would put something even, hey, what about these stats? And if somebody, like when I asked a question, I wouldn't make it one-sided. I made it so you didn't know my answer. All right, you had no idea who I wanted to start, and then people, because most of the time I had to defend Jimmy because they're throwing him under the bus and this and that, and I'd be like, well, what about this? They thought I was a Jimmy Stan, which I don't even know what that is, but so I'm like, no. Then they accused me of this, and I'm like, no, reread the question. I didn't say that, and so like from now on, like I'm not answering any more quarterback talking, or even if I come in and it's quarterback talk, I'm going to another channel. I'll go watch TV or something. You know what I mean? Because what would we talk about? Football then? Oh my gosh! Let's see how much content creators can talk about.
I know, and I am at fault, but you know what, Corey, is it okay if I could be a little bit vulgar on this stream? Because I gotta say this.
No, Corey. He asked the permission. Tell him no. You have to ask. The answer is no.
No, go ahead.
Thank you.
He ain't got a vulgar bone in his body.
I have to. Hey, I respect Corey enough to do this.
I hear you, John.
I was raised by my grandfather, who I miss so much. Who some people make fun of the name, which I hate. I want to start that off to make it uncomfortable. So I have to put the blame on myself. And I'm the only person who's willing to say that, because so many people have an ego. Like before I was on YouTube, I had about a group of friends, less than 20 people, and we all agreed. We had debates. We all agreed, and we were very respectful. And then I learned about so many people, and all these content creators and all these beat writers and all these people who accuse everybody, if you like this opinion, you're not a 49er fan, or if you like this opinion, you're not a 49er fan. Who made these arbitrary rules? Someone tell me, who made these arbitrary rules? Because I thought that, and again, not everyone's lucky to live where I live. I used to drive by Candlestick Park when I was a kid, going to school, coming back home, going to events, going to the East Bay, driving. That was the first thing when I left my house, when I was in a car as a kid growing up. I would see that stadium. It didn't make me better than nobody. Okay, it didn't make me better than nobody. But then I started to realize there's real hatred in our fan base. Like, it's so funny when YTC, a guy who's a New York Giants fan, who shows me tweets from Grant Cohen and other people that he never knew before he met me, and other people telling me, why is someone saying the N-word at Deebo Samuel, taking shots at his girlfriend? I'm like, these are the 49er fans? What is wrong with people? So at the end of the day, I've lost respect for anyone who took that tone, and then other crap, and then this Mac Jones thing, and Trey Lance and Justin Fields. Like, I'm sorry. And that's the reason why I asked permission to say this. It's disgusting that my fan base acts the way they do. It's so gross. These are people that we're criticizing. They got families. How would you feel if you were the player, you were there, and they were doing the same thing to you? It's not really fair. So it's disgusting. I'm not going to apologize for it. There are moments where I'm like, you know what? I would rather talk about Giants football because they welcome in me. They hate the Niners, but they welcome in. I talked to a guy who's a little bit kind of messed up, a little bit, but he's a good dude. He's a Ravens fan. He welcomes me in. I talked to not Michael, but those Bears guys. They welcome me in. They're so nice to me. And I even spoke to a Patriots fan who's from New Orleans, and he tells me, why does your fan base hate Jimmy Garoppolo? Is it because he's Italian? I said, I don't know why my fan base hates Jimmy. And he's like, I feel bad. He should go back to New England. So it's so weird how people love the Niners more than our fan base.
Well, we have a lot of national reporters, prompting and saying, if the Niners just had a quarterback, and it's not just Grant Cohn, it's a lot of different people. National reporters, not just local media reporters saying this. And yes, I like Grant Cohn. I would consider him a friend. I don't know if he considers me a friend, but I would be very pleased and proud if he
My
did.
dog is hollering.
He doesn't.
But I know him and I've talked to him several times, and I like the guy, but I don't agree with everything he says. I don't think he agrees with everything I say, nor do I agree with everything you guys say, but vice versa, right? But we're not talking about him. We're talking about the national media. And the national media about the 49ers is they've needed a quarterback. We are one position away from winning the Super Bowl. You brought up earlier today about, Terrell Davis and John Elway and Kyle Shanahan's dad, Mike Shanahan. They had a running back, they had a good defense, and they had a quarterback, right? Well, everybody knew Terrell Davis was a good running back and he could do amazing things. They didn't know about his migraines. He couldn't see. He couldn't see because of the migraines. I got ran over by a truck. I busted out the back of my skull. I have very, very bad migraines where sometimes I have to just go to sleep. I need to close my eyes. I can't have things going on around me. I didn't have to have brain surgery. I'm very lucky, but I have issues since then, and I've had issues. So with Terrell Davis, when he said that he has migraines, and I've heard this, you guys can watch it on NFL Films, you can watch it on YouTube. They give the guy, they told him, go out there. We just need you to stand on the field because they think we'll run the ball. If you're not on the field, they won't think we're going to run the ball. He got a Hall of Fame jacket because of his 2 seasons being as intimidating as he was, and he had a medical issue, and he played decoy. And I'm not saying that's the reason you should give the guy a Hall of Fame jacket, but he was such a good player that they feared him, and he was so important for the Broncos for those 2 Super Bowls that him being on the field was very key and pivotal for them to win the Super Bowl. So again, it's like, I don't know. It's just like one of those things. It's like the national media has been saying it for a long time. The Niners need a quarterback. We went and said Jimmy can't stay healthy. We go and get CJ Beathard. We already knew Brian Hoyer. We've been trying. Everybody knows we were trying to get Kirk Cousins, whether or not you like that or not. We've been trying to get Kirk Cousins since we got Kirk Cousins coach, right? So, he was that close to winning the Super Bowl in Atlanta, right? But he wasn't the head coach, and he took Matt Ryan regardless, right? So now he's been trying to get his quarterback. He hasn't got his quarterback. He's been drafting quarterbacks that are similar to Kirk Cousins, but they're not him. And he doesn't like that. So now, whether or not he drafted Trey Lance, that's where the fan base is divided. They're like, oh, Kyle drafted Trey Lance. Well, don't you think that the organization, the Niners, want you to think that he drafted Trey Lance or he drafted Brock Purdy? Don't you think that they want you to think that both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch came together and drafted it? Why are we as fans coming out and say, oh, it was an Adam Peters decision, or Prague Marathe got involved, and that's the reason we weren't able? No, stop. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch run this team. They came together and decided who they like. Now we have all these other people that came in that are friends of Kyle Shanahan, or reporters saying, oh, he wanted Mac Jones, or he wanted this guy or that guy. If it's true, it's true. But the organization doesn't want you to see that or hear that. The organization wants you to think that this team is all connected and we all have the same mindsets going forward. And that's why, John Lynch, man, if he ran for president, I'd vote for him. I really would, because he's the guy that can get everybody to sit down and smile and hopefully come away from, the argument or the discussion with positive and some way where we're all agreeing. But regardless, it doesn't matter if it was Trey or if it was somebody else. If Kyle and John both were decided different, it doesn't really matter. At this point, they're trying to get this team together and move forward. So I'm gonna trust the process. I'm not gonna listen to fans saying it's Trey Lance season or Brock Purdy or King of the NFC West, or I'm not gonna. The guy, nobody's won a ring yet. So until you win a ring, and for a long time, the funny thing about Jimmy Garoppolo in the NFC, and it's still true, Jimmy has the most NFC Super Bowl rings besides Tom Brady. Tom Brady had more NFC Super Bowl rings than Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo has 2 Super Bowl rings.
Okay, so I do want to say this. Like I want to bring up Colin Cowherd. I remember when when he was like kissing butt to Jimmy Garoppolo, and then he was kissing butt to Trey Lance, and then he said, "I'm gonna go back to kissing Jimmy Garoppolo's butt." So that's what the national media does. But if you watch NFL Network, people like Willie McGahee, who played for the Patriots, said he liked Jimmy Garoppolo. He says, "I don't understand." He's like, "I get it. He's not Patrick Mahomes." Dan Orlovsky, he flip flop. Oh, he's not good. He's not good. Oh, I like Jimmy Garoppolo now. Yeah, that's what the national media does. Okay. The point is that like Keyshawn Johnson, like I don't think he likes Jimmy Garoppolo. Like he had arguments on ESPN. Our content creators uploaded those videos when Keyshawn, and people hated when Keyshawn Johnson said it. I remember when I used to watch Colin Cowherd, where he took something that Grant Cohen said and broadcast it to the entire national media, and all the fans were watching it. So they get the information from the local media. They listen to what's going out there. They have ESPN people who live out here. They got Fox Sports, CBS that live out here that relay the message to them. So when it comes to the national media, they have people out there. So if they're saying what it's being said at the local area, they're doing their job. Again, the media, for those who want to take their word for it, okay, I got some bad news. The media has their intentions. It's about dollars and cents and advertisement. So there are some advertisers that, again, this is a different conversation, but I want to bring it to the media. They have to say certain stuff to get paid for their networks. And if someone says, you got to talk about the 49ers, make some funny stories, so we'll give you your money for your company. Same thing with these content creators. Grant Cohen has almost 70,000 subscribers. I'm monetized. I get pennies on the dollar. Imagine how much he gets on YouTube. And then, of course, he writes for the 49ers. He has two incomes. This is what I told YTC and all of his people. Not every content creator has that luxury. So he pushes some of the stuff. There are a lot of things that he does again and again and again and again, and repeats it again and again and again, and regurgitates it and eats it up again, do it again and again and again. So we cannot blame the national media. We have to blame ourselves. And if we don't want to do that, that's okay. I'm not going to blame the national media because they are what they are. So at the end of the day, I've always been consistent. Jimmy wasn't perfect, but he wasn't a problem. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't a problem. But there are people who we know who, made some false and disgusting videos, and we all praised it. So, it's kind of funny how some people do that one ear out the other. It's like, am I the only person that's consistent? Or am I honest enough that people hate me? Because I can tell you right now, because, again, I already opened up this rabbit hole. At the end of the day, I hear stuff and I don't like it from people who are supposed to be my friends on YouTube. So why should I, apologize for telling the truth? Oh, wait, because someone in the Niners community, a lot of people do not respect my opinions, and I hate it. And I'm just tired of it. I quit YouTube. I only do it to provide some entertainment, but I hate it. I hate it. I hate it that the team I love is giving me possibly a heart attack or mentally messing me up, which I deal with on an everyday basis. But it is what it is.
All right. So I gotta chime in on the Jimmy G thing.
I will still respect people. I don't hate nobody. I have no hatred in my body. So I will respect you even if you hate my guts.
Okay, yeah, I gotta chime in on the Jimmy G thing. Number one, I don't hate him. I just don't like him. And what I don't like about him is he never took accountability for his mistakes. It was always, we gotta execute. You know, he would throw an interception. He'd be smiling like no big deal, you know. And when it all comes down to it, you know, after watching a lot of tape, the man goes through his reads too fast. And that reverts back to sports psychology, all the injuries he had. And, you know, he was trying to get the ball out of his hands too fast. So it's not the guys weren't executing the plays. They were executing the plays. He was just off of the read and onto his next read by the time that guy was coming open. I saw that a lot. But yeah, like I said, I don't hate Jimmy G. I just don't like him.
That's fair.
Mhm.
The only thing I'll say is like, well, I totally forgot. That's cool. Never
Well,
mind.
I say I like Jimmy G, but I'm glad that he's moved. He's gone to the Raiders. I want something different for the 49ers. And I'm just praying that Trey Lance is the person.
Well, that's what I was gonna say was as far as like, and it's just me like you're saying, McKnight. I think I said it before, but people taking accountability because I hear that a lot about him and Kyle, and it's like, yeah, but what does that do? If I go up there and I say we, if I go up there and say me, what does it change at the end of the day? I mean, you know what I mean? I think that's more of a somebody else. That's you know what I mean. It's like a you problem, like because the way you word something isn't going to change the result. It's just going to make that person feel better. Okay, my bad. I shouldn't have took that 3-pointer from freaking half court last night. All right, that's on me. Or you know, we should execute it better. Anyways, Corey, I just want to ask you a quick question because I'm going to get out of here pretty quick. And I tried to add you on Twitter. I don't get on very often because I really didn't have one, but I only use it so people can send me streams. So I don't really know a whole lot, but I've heard there's like 4 beefs with content creators. Have you heard anything about that? And how does that make you feel?
Who,
Oh,
me?
that's
Yeah, have you heard anything? I don't know. You were gone for a minute, but yeah, it's and I don't get on Twitter because I don't like negativity, but I do to communicate with certain people that I don't talk to on a regular basis. I did get one.
Well, I don't know. Never see that stuff on Twitter.
I don't. Unfortunately, I know way too much about this beef, and that's another thing why I can't stand our fan base. Like, why are we hating one another? I was talking to Lawrence. You know, there are a lot of things he says that drive me nuts. I don't hate him. Someone said, "Oh, why you hate Lawrence Jackson?" And he was asking me like, if I had any. I don't hate Lawrence. He's a good
Is that
dude. You know,
is
he's
that platform?
passionate. He's passionate. He's a good dude. And so I told him, listen,
Yeah.
we may have different opinions about Jimmy Garoppolo or whatever about the 49ers, but you're a 49er faithful. Why should I hate you? Like, why should we hate each other? So I don't know where these beefs are coming from. Unfortunately, it's true. I will say this for anyone, hopefully, they can understand this. If you want to hate somebody, hatred is a bad thing. Trust me. Once you go down that direction, you're not going nowhere. You're gonna be like that, and mentally, it will hurt you. Don't hate people. Try to fix a problem. If it can't be fixed, go your way, go another way. It's better to try to solve something before it gets worse. Okay.
Yeah, and that was and I've been turned off by a few people, because they're like trying to make us sound stupid, and it's like, oh, we couldn't possibly trade Trey Lance because it's $9 million cap hit, even though we knew 4 months ago that when we got CMC, we could have turned his contract into a signing bonus or whatever, and then we got the money there. So I make some comments there, and I'm like, you completely made your audience look stupid, because you wanted to clown another guy because you guys have beef right now. And then I think they blocked me. I don't know. I haven't checked, but I'm definitely, I don't know enough about it to work because I'm a troll, so I'm gonna be in your chat more and do what I do because I support this person. You don't go at them sideways like this is false because of this when we know that we could restructure CMC to make this happen. So that kind of annoyed me. But Corey, one last question: can I be the first one on your podcast to? Because you always do the coming in. Can I get a coming out? Can I be the first one to get a coming out? Going out, whatever.
Okay, that's hard. Okay, leaving the panel is Steve. Supremo.
Thanks, guys.
All right. You have a good night, man.
Let me see. What else?
All right. You know what? We've been a little bit too negative. Let's do some hot takes. Corey, what is your hot take?
My hot take is the 49ers this season are going to win their first game.
Yeah, see, my hot take is,
they're not going to start off slow. They're going to win. First game.
Okay. All right. My hot take is, and again, this is contradictory to what I've been saying, but week 18, hypothetical, a divisional rival team, maybe the Seahawks, and it is 23-21 with 1 second left, and Jake Booty has to kick a 59-yard field goal. And guess what? He makes it, and we win the division.
I like it.
Yep. I hope it happens. Remember, like I don't want the kid to fail. I don't want the kid to fail because I would rather be wrong than be right. Because when I'm right, I'm like God. But I hope he proves me wrong because like that's the best thing when you're wrong and something good comes out of it. It's always the best. The thing that my grandfather taught me, he says, John, it's okay to be wrong, but if
so let me ask you real quick before anybody gives another hot take. Are you upset with Jake Moody, or are you upset with the 49ers selecting a kicker at 99?
Oh, I've said it. Like, I'm upset that.
Well, I know you've said it, but you've said it different ways. So that's why I'm asking you, are you upset with the kicker at 99 or Jake Moody? Because if you could close your eyes and hear the starting 49er roster featuring Jake Moody, would you be mad? But it sounds like to me, and since you've said it, it sounds like to me you're upset with them selecting him at 99. And again, to me, you guys have heard me say it. I think it'd be funny if they took him at 99 or they take him the first pick. It happened. It didn't technically happen because they swapped a pick to go ahead of 99. But I like the kicker. I hope he does good as well. I believe you think it as well. But are you mad that they selected him over Chad Ryland, or are you just mad that they took him at 99?
So for the 1 millionth time, okay.
I'm all ears. I'm all ears. So 1 million times. I've been listening to this 1 million times now. So let's hear it. You don't want to say it now? I mean, come on. You can say it a different way that you're saying it. So it's 1 million times. You think I haven't been hearing it? You think I haven't understood it? I'm asking you right now. Are you upset with the kicker being at 99, or are you upset with selecting Jake Moody? Because both times I've heard you say it, you're upset with the pick at 99 and you're upset with Jake Moody. You would have been happy with Chad Ryland, and you would have been happier with him being selected in maybe the 5th or 6th round. So, again, is it just the 99th pick, or is it Jake Moody? Did you fall out? Are you still here, John?
I think the best thing for you to do is stop asking me this, because I think you're trying to piss me off, and I'm not going to have another.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. But I've told you they shouldn't pick the kicker at 99. I don't know how many times I have to say that. I don't hate the kid.
Okay. So you just think that they shouldn't have picked him at 99. That's all I needed to ask. I didn't need to hear you tell me 1 million times or anything like that. I just wanted to hear you say they shouldn't have picked him at 99. He's not the best kicker or anything else. I just wanted to hear you tell me they should have picked another player at 99. Maybe an offensive tackle that we got 2 undrafted free agents. But again, that's all I wanted to ask you, not to piss you off. but just to ask you, because you've been saying a lot of stuff, and I just want to get it clarified.
I really don't appreciate this, Brian. Like I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, man. Like I've said it, and you keep asking me to say it again and again. Well, it's almost 2 weeks now, man. What's your point, man? Are you trying to say that I'm wrong? Are you trying to say I'm stupid? Are you saying what are you trying to say, man?
So I'm not saying anything, but when you just disagree that 99 was so stupid that they took a kicker, and that's basically what you've said, and you can look at all these other people that's come out and agreed that 99 is not the ideal spot, but he's going to be a starting player for the 49ers. And if you look back at the starting position, the roster needs, the only need that we needed was a kicker. And it sounds like because we chose Jake Moody at number 99, you got upset. And immediately, what did you do? You came and found me on YouTube. You came and found me and started asking me and going off on how it made you sick and stuff. And I've listened to you several times. So I'm really just asking you, is it Moody that made you sick, or was it me saying, hey, maybe we should draft a kicker and I was right? So if that annoys you or makes you upset, I'm really sorry. Again, Corey, I'm sorry that this is happening on your stream, but I'm just asking you, John, was it Moody that made you upset, or was it them taking a kicker in the 4th round? Because that's what it is. It's a 3rd round.
Why are you saying this right now, man? You're really pissing me off. I gave you the answer you want, man. Is this what you want me to do to get upset at you, man? What is your problem?
You don't have to get upset. I asked you a question.
And stop being an asshole to me on a stream. Stop this, because I'm tired of it.
Okay.
I've said what I said already, man. Why are you doing this?
You went around it. You wanted to be the way you wanted to be about it a million times. I've asked you. So if this is upsetting you, I'm sorry that they didn't pick Chad Ryland. I really am. I'm sorry they picked Jake Moody at 99. I'm sorry I told you that I thought that would have been a cool idea. But right after it happened, it's almost like you got mad at me about it.
He's trying to argue over me, and he's trying to do this to make himself that he's a victim. Brian, I'm not playing this stupid game with you no more, man. Stop asking about the kicker. He's on the 49ers. What do you want me to do, man? Drive to Santa Clara, tell John Lynch to trade him? Because that's not what's going to happen. He's on the 49ers. Let it go.
Then why do you keep on saying that he's not going to get, he's not going to make the team? Why do you keep on saying that he's not the best?
I never said he's not going to make the team, man. Who the fuck are you trying to,
I listened to your show.
Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm it down. Let's calm it down. Let's calm it down. Okay, let's calm it down. Take a deep breath. So everybody take a deep breath. Relax. And what he's saying, and I had the same feeling too, what he's saying is that usually, we could wait for the later rounds to get a kicker. We can't even pick up a kicker in after the draft. Usually they come in at the draft because we don't want to be like the Raiders that draft at the first round. They took a kicker. And I'm not saying wait. Now I'm glad that, hey, we got Jake Moody. Hey, I hope to pray to God that he does good for us, that he lives up to the 3rd string, getting picked the first. Well, he got picked second because we moved up to get another player. But we had to, we could have got, a whole bunch of different players. We could have drafted a tackle or somebody, then waited to get a kicker. We didn't have to really go after Jake Moody then. But just like, if say that we got what we wanted, we got all our players, then we said around maybe we drafted Jake Moody. Been fine, but we took him in the 3rd, and yes, he is going to be the starting kicker. He's going to I'll play this other kicker unless this other kicker does good. But I don't know about him that much. But I'm hearing the name of Jake Moody. And it might be just his name, made him get that. Because Moody is a good, kicker. Moody. And then, just like John Jay said, he's hoping that the kicker does. If he wins the last game, that he's wrong. He wins the last game and John's wrong about it, he'll live up to that. Say, okay, this guy was good. Just like I had to live up. I was up there saying Matthew Stafford would never go to the Super Bowl. He would never be that player. So I had to say I was wrong. I had to go to John Jay and say, I went on his thing and said, I was wrong. I had to go on Northern Niners Sickness Show say, I was wrong. Matthew Stafford did take the Rams to the Super Bowl. I was wrong. All that offseason I was talking about, Matthew Stafford ain't shit. He's going to lose. He ain't no good quarterback. He ain't that. He can't win the big game. But here we go. He won the big game. So I was wrong. So like if Jay Moody wins the Super Bowl, had to be the last minute kick. Now I say, hey, maybe I was wrong. We should have drafted him. I'm glad we drafted him. But right now, I'm not glad that we drafted him at that point.
Well, when it comes down to it, I've been saying he'd better be good. That's pretty much what I've been saying about it. Was I happy about the pick? No, not with Blake Freeland and Dwan Jones still on the board. 2 offensive linemen, you win the game in the trenches. But apparently the Niners didn't have them high up on their board. Did we know that? No, we didn't.
Yeah.
So the only thing I've been saying is he better be good being taken at 99.
And that's where I'm at as well. I'm not saying that he's the best player they could have taken. I'm just excited he was a player I played, a position I played. I'm excited that he's the best kicker that they could have taken, right? I'm excited that they did take, maybe they heard me say it. I'm not saying I'm right. The guy could be totally, totally garbage. But like you just said, David, there were offensive linemen that they could have taken, but for whatever reason, they didn't fit the Niner scheme that they thought. We are not in the Niner locker room or war room. We don't understand long arms, short arms, big hands. We don't understand that. But they did take 2 undrafted free agent tackles. So they did take somebody that they liked. It wasn't like, oh shit, we got to take somebody. There was opportunities they could have taken somebody. They kept saying, no, we're not taking anybody. We're going to wait. So somebody sooner or later fell to them that they said, we can make work. But they did say, we need a kicker. Above almost everything, we need a safety and we need a kicker. So they moved up to take a safety. Then they took a kicker. And we all of us were sitting here saying, unanimously, we need a tight end. They took a tight end. Did they take the tight end we wanted? No. But they took a blocking tight end. So maybe they heard us saying it as well. We need somebody who can block on the line. So then they went after a blocking tight end. Again, I'm not in the 49ers room. I don't say I'm a scout. I don't tell anybody I'm a scout. I look for players. I look on YouTube. I read articles. I listen to other people talk. I've been hearing people say it. I've been listening to it. I've been saying it myself because I form my own, thoughts. Maybe they should take a kicker if they're not going to take Robbie. And they took him early because they were afraid somebody else was going to take him. So whether or not he's good or not, the Niners thought this guy is a 4th round, 3rd round pick. He's a free pick because he's a comp pick. Why not? They took one with the punter. He actually worked out for us, right? So if Jake Moody's on our team for 10 to 15 years or even 6 years, I think this is a win. I'm not trying to ask anybody anything to get them pissed off, but I am asking people to clarify things that they've said over time. And I'm just asking because, no, if you haven't heard me say it either, I'm going to say it officially. The number 99th pick could have been used on something else. Can I tell you what other position would have started? No. The position that they traded over, because we had 99, 101, and 102. When they traded up for the safety, is the safety going to start this season? I'm not going to bet my last dollar and say he is. He might if there's an injury that happens or if he comes out in camp really hard and balls out. But do we really know who's going to ball out? We didn't know Brock Purdy was going to ball out, did we? So that's why they go into camp. That's why they play. We can scout whoever we want. But when they go and draft somebody like George Kittle from Iowa, and the only reason they drafted George Kittle is because they drafted C.J. Beathard with the 3rd round pick. And they only got him because they seen CJ throwing it to him. I mean, like, we can't be mad. We're only fans here, and we're only asking each other to get better questions. But if we're pissing each other off, then okay, maybe I don't have to be here. Maybe other people don't have to be here. But I like coming in and talking with all of you guys. And I like asking you guys questions to get the most out of you. And I like getting questions that are honest. And David just came in and was honest and said something. Corey was honest. And I asked you, John, too. I'm not asking you to be, upset or anything, but I just wanted to hear you. Are you upset with the 99 or, Jake Moody? And it don't matter. You don't have to rehash it. But I'm just telling you, this is why I ask the questions. This type of fan I am, because we're all talking and we all are hearing each other. And none of us are scouts or in the locker room, reporters. We're all just having fun.
Okay. So I got to say something right now. Corey, David said they were not happy with the pick.
I said I wasn't happy with the pick.
Okay, all right. Let me say this. Okay? Let me say this. What's wrong with David? What he says and I say. What's the difference? Okay? What's the difference?
David's not going back and forth on what he's saying. And David's not directly
I've been consistent. I've been consistent.
David's not directly attacking me because I said I like
you can talk over me. I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue saying this. Corey said the same thing, but he says it really nicer. I say it in a way that for whatever the reason, it feels like, like I'm speaking something that really agitates somebody. Okay, I'm not gonna use the proper word because at the end of the day, I'm not an asshole. Here's the thing, because you always come at me. This is not the first time. It happened in No Border Sports. I was angry at that moment. Okay, so how am I supposed to calm down just as the draft ended? Okay, and then as long as I've known you, we've had our back and forths. I used to laugh it off, play it off, and not really care. But it's starting a point that I've known you long enough that this doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So I've tried my best to give you a diplomatic answer, okay? And I'm going to say this just like I told YTC. There are ways I talk to YTC. There are ways I talk to his friends. And there's a way I talk to you. You just saw me for the first time. Let you know that I don't play shit. Sorry, Corey, that I continue to curse. Yeah, because this is how I talk in real life. I am the same person I am on YouTube as the same person I am outside of YouTube. So if this is not the language you want me to speak, Brian, I will continue to speak to you in a diplomatic way. And I'm going to treat you different than anybody else.
You've always have. You've never treated me like everybody. And you've already said it on this stream that all of us are your friends. But then in this same stream, you said we're not your friends because we don't personally know you, because you're not the same person on YouTube. You can go back and watch the stream, John. I'm not trying to take shots at you. I'm trying to ask you a question. And when you came into my stream, because we were all streaming on the draft day, and you come into the stream and started saying that you're sick because they took a kicker, and you came in to say stuff to me. And I feel like
that was No Border Sports stream.
All four of us was
No Border stream on North Borders channel. Okay, and I started off, No Border asked me, I said, this is what I want to say, and that is it. That is final. Media spoke, and then, Ryan spoke, and then
you're talking about
you kept agitating the situation, man. you
came into
you
the
get
pro-
agitating the situation. Hey, you can lie to yourself as much as you want, Brian. I don't lie to
I don't have
myself.
to lie.
I am not a
I don't have
liar.
to lie.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. And then you brought up Jimmy Garoppolo, and you had the nerve to call me a liar. That's the thing that set me off. That's the thing. When I was a little kid, someone said, "John Jay, you're a liar." Boom to the face. Okay. I don't like being called a liar. You insinuated that I said Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be. I said there are many possibilities. Okay, there are many possibilities. Maybe someone flagged that video. I wonder who it could have been, and they took it down, so I couldn't find those timestamps. But at the end of the day, a lot of people have been flagging my videos and taking it down. I wonder who. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to make no
Don't
accusation.
insinuate with me
But at
because
the end
I've
of the day,
never
man,
flagged
you
your
can
video.
lie to yourself and you
Don't
can say that
ever
I'm an
insinuate
asshole
it
to
with
you.
me.
But at the end of the day, man, I'm not leaving this community. I'm going to still be here. I will still be talking 49ers football. Again, I don't hate you.
Good.
Hatred is not in my blood.
You shouldn't hate me when
I
you
will
tell me you
still
love me on your
respect
screen,
you.
right?
Last but not least, do you come to my house every single day? Do you hang out with me on an everyday basis? We know each other from StreamYard, okay? From StreamYard. But do you visit Corey Davis on an everyday? Do you visit
What's
No
about
Border
Corey
Sports?
Davis?
So at the end of the day, when it
We're
comes
talking
to
about you and me.
friendships,
We're not talking about Corey Davis or me and David McNaughton. We're talking about me and you. And you can't admit that I'm not talking to you almost every day of the week. I've taken a lot of, I've taken a lot of crap from you. I've taken a lot of different things from you, and I've just let you have your words because you've had the YouTube platform to be able to say what you need to say. I'm not here to talk and be rude to you. I'm here to talk 49ers. You and I don't necessarily agree. Sometimes you'll say facts, and I'll call you out and say, hey, this wasn't right. 2004, he was on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kyle Shanahan was an offensive coordinator. Oh, wait, quality control. The other night, me and David did a stream together. I said something wrong. David was smart enough to be able to say, Bryant, we don't have that guy on our team. He was drafted by Green Bay. I didn't freak out. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, because I did. I read it off the wrong paper. So I think sometimes maybe me and you get a little excited when we talk to each other, but there's no hate here. So if I'm doing something that's upsetting you, again, I've said it. We can talk on stream, on Instagram. Wherever you have a phone number, you can get a hold of me. But we don't have to do it here. I only asked you, why are you upset that they took a kicker at 99? Or is it Jake Moody? And then you went into a million times, and I've already explained this. No. And then you did come into my stream on draft night. All four of us were streaming. He brought you in, asked you questions, and then after that, we had our No Border Sports after 49er talk on Friday night. So there was a lot of things that was said. But I really feel like you're just mad at me because they took a kicker. I'm sorry I kicked field goals in high school and was a kicker, and I'm excited about kickers. They actually took a kicker at 99.
Wow.
I'm sorry, dude.
Wow. He said that. He said it with a straight face. Oh, yeah. You're mad at me because I kicked the football. What does that have to do with anything, man? You just lost this argument. I don't care that you kicked the fucking football, man. I really don't. Okay. I don't care that the Niners kicked a kicker. It is what it is, man. It's over. He's on the team, man. You just lost this argument, man.
Okay, how did I lose the argument when you come in and say...
You're mad at me? No, you're mad at the 49ers because I kicked the football.
Okay, John.
All right, guys, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, you have a good night.
I'm gonna ask you guys, please calm down. Please.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
You guys, I hope you have a good night. Corey, thanks for having me. I love being here. And go Niners and fuck the Rams.
Yep. Have a good night, David, my nana. Yeah, it's time for me to end.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to think I'm going to get a good...
Corey, let me apologize to you. Okay, let me apologize. This is your stream. So at the end of the day, Brian, listen. If you want to hate me, go right ahead. I will say one thing. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I don't ask you questions. You ask me questions. The best thing for two grown adults. Okay, only one adult right now. Two grown adults understand when they're wrong, they're wrong. I have been as generous as possible to you. I've lost my temper. I am willing to admit that. I have lost my temper. And I apologizing to Corey stream because that's what a real man does. And I was cursing on this stream. At the end of the day, Brian, if you believe that because you kicked the football is why I hate Jake Moody, you've lost the argument.
You didn't listen to anything that I said then. You really haven't. I'm really sorry, John. I try to be your friend, and I don't know if it's just me trying too hard or you're not getting it, but I feel like because I like kickers, and I've said it in your streams several times, and I've been pumping up Jake Moody, and they actually took it. You come into my stream on the draft night and said you got sick. You got sick to your stomach.
No Border Sports.
You did, man.
I was streaming on my stream. David McNider is witness. David McNider was a witness. I also saw you. I muted myself to listen to your reaction. You were acting like a cocky moron. Okay. So at the end of the day, man, Corey, end the stream. Have a good night, everybody. I'm sorry, anyone who has lost respect for me. At the end of the day, man, this is not going to stop, man. So have a good night, everybody. Have a good night.
Don't end the stream yet, Corey, because I'm not a moron. And John, that's not right for you to say that. And as much as I've known you, this is very disrespectful, very disrespectful. I've never cussed at you. I've never called you anything derogatory, and you've called me a fish. Now you're calling me a moron. This is not right. I've been friends with Corey and David as long as I've been friends with you. And for you to call me names on someone else's platform or call me out in your own platform and say this, I've never done this to you. And I really feel like this isn't right, dude. This is right. And if anybody's lost the respect for you, I really apologize because this is not the type of conversation I want for you or to get attention towards you. I am asking you to calm down. I'm asking you to think about what I've said. I've not said anything to you to be rude or just anything to be silly or anything like that. I like Corey. I like talking to you. I like talking to David McNider. But out of everybody, when I ask you a question, you go around a bush a little bit and then you give me an answer. And when I'm like, okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, then you get upset. And
Okay,
I understand that. No, stop. You've already had your moment to talk.
Go ahead.
Your moment to talk.
Go ahead.
I'm not a moron. And I'm sorry that my reaction, that I was actually excited that I won the lottery, that they actually picked Jake Moody, that you thought I looked like a moron. I'm sorry that my reaction.
I saw you.
My reaction as a person.
You like unscrewed your tie, and then everybody was like, oh my goodness, man. If I said that was a poor choice of words, man. Now, if you want to talk after this stream, man, we can.
I'd love to. I don't have to go to bed. If you want to call me on Instagram, I'd love to talk to you right now because the way you've been talking to me for the last couple of months is not right. And if you want to continue to have friends with me and do stuff with me, you can't keep doing this. Then this is Corey's show. This is Corey's welcome back home show. And this wasn't that way it's supposed to go. And I was even trying to help you on the show. When Corey wasn't on the show, I was trying to ask you questions. You just like No Border Sports was, so we could keep the show going because this is a community. No one wants to lose the community. You were already talking about earlier in the show that other content creators have beef. Why do me and you have to have beef? Why do we have to do this on the stream? No one's getting any views right now. Corey's just sitting right here looking at us and thinking, man, when are they going to shut up? When are they going to shut up? So I want to tell you sorry because I'm sorry I've upset you. I'm sorry I've pushed your buttons. I'm sorry I've said anything to you that made you think. And really, I'm sorry, Corey, because this isn't the way that I like to promote myself, promote anybody. This isn't the type of person that I am. And you've seen me multiple times. I don't want to come on your show and do anything disrespectful. I don't want to curse. I don't want to do stupid stuff. I like having conversations. I've been in debate class. I like to be able to say, okay, that's your point of view. What do you think about this side of the view? And it doesn't necessarily have to be my view, but if everybody's agreeing on the same topic, then we don't really have a show, do we? I'm sorry, Corey.
Okay, now this is okay, but I want y'all to know, please, let's don't do this on my 49 trivia show. Let's stick with the 49 trivia. And I ain't because I wanted to give everybody a chance today to tell what we're going to do, but didn't get that chance. Because like tomorrow I'm doing with trivia with YTC on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. And then on Thursday, doing a 49 trivia. Now, if we keep on doing this, I'm going to have to say, okay, we're going to have to stop. I can't have this, really.
It's not good for anybody's heart. I'm not coming on to aggravate anybody. I'm not coming on to, tell you guys that I'm a 49er fan and I like kickers. And the next thing I do, I go on someone else's show and then someone's telling me that I'm silly because I'm reacting because I picked the right kicker. I actually picked somebody that came from the 49ers organization. They said we might actually get that guy, and they did it. So I overreacted, and I apologize, Corey, because I'm a fan. I'm a friend. I'm a family man. I am just somebody who's been passionate about the 49ers almost my entire life. And just because someone else doesn't agree with me doesn't mean that I hate them. I like to talk about it. Like, why do you not agree with that? Or why don't you say that? And just because you don't listen to the same content creators I listen to or read the same articles doesn't mean you're right or I'm right. It's an article. It's an opinion. It's not true or factual until it happens, right? Until the Niner organization comes out and does it. We're only fans of a business. It's a business. And at the end of the day, if they fire their plumber, they fired him. Hopefully they get another plumber, right?
Yeah. Let me get it.
Yeah, see, like Corey, let me apologize. Let me address Corey. Hey, Corey, like I kind of feel really awful because you've been so kind to me, and like this should not be happening in your stream. That's why if Brian wants to talk after the stream ends, I'll talk. We can talk. But at the end of the day, like if you feel in Corey Davis, this is how much I am. If you want to ban me from your stream, you have the right to do that. You have the right to.
No
Because
one's being banned.
I'm talking to Corey Davis because I want to address him. If you want to do that, you have my permission. Okay? Because if I make anyone uncomfortable, I'm willing to say maybe I should step away because you've been so nice to me, Corey, and I feel really awful what just happened. So, Corey, again, thank you. And
I don't want
I want to apologize.
And I don't want you getting banned, John, because that's not the point of this. I asked you a question. You got over excited about it. I've messaged other people about the same situation. You're a little hot about it. If I need to step away, I don't always have to be here either. I asked Corey today, what type of conversation is this? He said, just a hangout. I said, I got a daughter's meeting today. I got to take my daughter. I might be able to pop in. I didn't pop in to be a jerk. I didn't pop in to do anything like that. I came in just to talk and have fun with you guys. So if I need to step back, I will step back. But John, if he wants to ban you, it's not your choice. If he wants to ban me, it's not my choice. But you definitely have permission from both of us, Corey, if you want to ban us. But that's not the situation. Corey likes you and he likes me. You just got to calm down and I'll calm down and we'll go from there. But I already sent you a message. So call me when you're ready. I don't care if it's tonight, but call me when you're ready because we'll have a good conversation. Corey, I love you, dude. I hope you're doing good. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad the alligator tasted like chicken because that's what I was thinking it tasted like. And I'm looking forward to your stream tomorrow.
Okay. No, I had this kind of situation when I was a kid where I had two friends fighting over me. It was sitting by me on the bus. That's what it was. And they was going, I was like, okay, I'm going to sit over here. And y'all make the decision. How y'all going to handle it? But I'm not planning on banning. Only if I ban somebody's because it just keep on happening over and over and over again.
Yeah, I really
I don't have
appreciate
to go.
you having fun with me. Letting me come on and talk. I've had a lot of fun meeting John, talking with him for the last year. He knows back and forth. Sometimes I'll ask him questions, and I'm not the only person in your chat, John, that asks you questions and you wig out on it. So maybe you should reflect on that a little bit too. But I like coming in and asking you questions and maybe making you think a little bit. You come in, you ask questions. Everybody comes in and asks questions. So if you read the chat and someone sparks an idea in your head, and you can continue your show and you can continue to elaborate from that, because you have that second at the end of your show too. Anybody have any questions? So at that moment, I'm trying to ask you a question, but it's too quick before you're logging off. So I appreciate your show. I really do. I appreciate you, Corey, too. This is fun. It's 49ers, people coming together and talking. But if we can't get along, then again, I don't have a problem bowing out. I said it before anyone did. I'm the newest one to the panel. Again, I like Corey. I can have friendship with Corey on the side. I can have friendship with David on the side. John, I can have a friendship with you on the side. But I really appreciate you if you call me when you have a chance.
Okay, Steve, I'll see you in the background, but I'm about to here. I'll just bring you back. I'm about to end this.
No, I'm just here for afterwards.
Well, you got to take the camera off then, so we can see your eyes, man. This ain't right. That's the sexy look right there. You see the eyes?
They're black like normal.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone.
All right.
Like, subscribe, tell a friend to be a friend, and with that, go Niners.
All right, let me get it. I'm never going in if I don't do it. All right, have a good night, everybody. Take a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Relax.
That sounds good, actually. That was better than eating.
Mm.
The show ended yet?
Yeah, it's about to.
Again, Corey, I'm glad.